You say your name right now.
Denise. D-Nice.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. I've noticed that Antonio Brown has found yet another sucker to take him on. God knows we've already done Pittsburgh's dirty laundry. I'm curious about one thing. Do you think that he'd be welcomed back as easily in the league if he were going back to Bill Belichick and the Patriots? In other words, you think that he'd be welcome back if you were going to make New England a better team, or if he's going back to Tom Brady?
Armchair. We are the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Well, what do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but then...
Hold on. Trayshawn, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trayshawn comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another
Armchair.
I said it like 4 times, so why didn't you say it the first time? Because it's pronounced Aaron. Son of a...
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown.
Wow. Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. 50 set. Walk down the field. And that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Ball slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
I don't return fruit. Fruit's a gamble. I know that going in.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to
Pop stars with auto-tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Me out to the ball game. Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take me out to the ball game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, as Wake Up Y'all is ending. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No,
That
they weren't
includes
because
they were on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
He's probably
These
from
are
a Big Ten.
promless
teenagers.
If he's
You
from a
got
Big
my-
Ten
you got
state,
my point. They were in a.
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
and,
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got
don't
a
think
mess to clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta
Yeah,
dry
there's
my
my
keyboard
walk-off.
out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right? Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown. All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not gonna let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league. Doesn't
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad
This
call,
works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're gonna have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Buddha Raiders! Red Omaha! How about?
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika, and Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears. What up, this Jay-Z. This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, doing the challenge, try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice doesn't even stop it. Oh, please.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Mayorga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
That's so interesting that it would come out 90 feet, that somebody sat down, Mr. Cartwright or whoever, and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. It just sounded like a logical number. The fact of the matter is, in retrospect, if it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the plays at first base. Think of the double plays that wouldn't be completed on an 88-foot first base and second base. If it were 94 feet, we'd be throwing people out all over the place. Batting averages would drop remarkably. So if 90 feet was something somebody said, hey, that's a good number, that was a pick from heaven.
Play ball.
You're listening live, and the scene is Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California, as the LA Dodgers are set to host the St. Louis Cardinals in a do-or-die, winner-take-all National League wild card game. Hello, I'm Mac McGee, set to bring you the action tonight It's St. Louis and Adam Wainwright versus Los Angeles and Max Scherzer. So pull up an armchair and crack you open a cold one. Get set for the one and done National League wild card game. Good evening, y'all. I'm Mac McGee, and we are ready for baseball. Just a few minutes away. We're going to get you set with tonight's lineups and the starting pitchers as St. Louis and Los Angeles face off in a winner-take-all National League wild card game scenario. And it'll be Adam Wainwright in his 17-7, 3.05 ERA versus Max Scherzer in his 15-4, 2.46 ERA and 0.86 WHIP. Almost 12 strikeouts per 9 innings and almost 2 walks per 9 for Scherzer. As far as Adam Wainwright goes, the 40-year-old has pushed back time. He's pushed that sun up into the sky just a little higher and has had a renaissance of a year. In fact, the Cardinals are bringing him back for an additional year as he signed an extension not too long ago. The St. Louis Cardinals this year went on an absolute tear to end the regular season, at one point winning 17 games in a row. 17 games in a row to get to this stage. And the Los Angeles Dodgers, you're talking about two teams that have a little different perspective. The LA Dodgers were heavy favorites after winning the World Series to win their division, to not be playing in this round. And the St. Louis Cardinals, at the beginning of the season, most prognosticators had them fighting for the division crown, but came off to such a slow start to start the 2021 season, it looked almost impossible. You hit the trading deadline, and the Cardinals did little, if anything, making minor moves that no one thought would tip the scales in their favor. And lo and behold, they caught fire. And Adam Wainwright is at the front of that, as he calls himself a lifelong Cardinal. In his 206 innings pitched, 174 strikeouts at the age of 40. He has had quite a year. St. Louis has had quite a year. 90 wins and 72 losses on the year. The Los Angeles Dodgers, 106 wins. The most wins for any team to have to play in a wild card game. They missed out by just one game behind their arch rivals, the San Francisco Giants, at 107 wins. And if the Dodgers win, if the Cardinals win, the winner of tonight's game will head to San Francisco Friday night to take on those very Giants in the National League Division Series. Starting for the St. Louis Cardinals tonight, as the batting order will look like this, is Tommy Edman sitting at second base, leading off with his 262 batting average and 30 stolen bases. Paul Goldschmidt, hitting 294 on the year, is batting second also with 31 home runs, 99 RBIs, and an 879 OPS. Tyler O'Neill will be hitting third and playing left field, 286, 34 home runs, and 80 RBI. Nolan Arenado, a little bit of a down year, but still eclipsed 34 home runs, 105 RBIs, and an 807 OPS. Dylan Carlson playing right field, the switch hitter. He'll be in the fifth spot with 18 home runs and 65 RBIs. Yadier Molina, once again, is in the postseason. And he will hit sixth and be behind the plate with 11 home runs and 66 RBIs. And Edmundo Sosa, he'll play short, 271 hitter with 6 home runs. Harrison Bader, 267 and 16 home runs with 50 RBIs. He is well overdue for a Golden Glove award. And Adam Wainwright with 123 batting average, but he will be on the mound, and that will be what he'll be focused on tonight. The LA Dodgers, they'll be leading off with Mookie Betts, and he's playing right field. Corey Seager, the shortstop, batting from the left-hand side of the plate and hitting second. It'll be Trey Turner playing second and batting third from the right-hand side of the plate, and Justin Turner, no relation, playing third and batting cleanup. Will Smith is the catcher tonight with A.J. Pollock playing left field and batting from the right-hand side of the plate. And Matt Beattie is the first baseman with Cody Bellinger. Quite the hero from last October. He'll be batting from the left-hand side of the plate and playing center field. And Max Scherzer, who has not had a hit all year long, has 28 strikeouts and 59 at-bats. As we get set to bring you this game, it's once again winner take all. So they will be treating this like a game 7. It's all hands on deck. Max Muncy, that's the big news going into this game. He will not be with the Dodgers tonight, and they do not believe that he would be able to be a part of the National League Division Series. Best case scenario, they're hoping Muncy would be able to step back onto the field in the National League Championship Series, but it's more likely the World Series the Dodgers would have to reach to see Muncy come back with his 36 home runs and 95 RBIs. For those of y'all that missed it, he was injured this past weekend, a collision at first base when he was stretching for the force play, and the runner collided into his arm. He has been down there on the field this afternoon, rooting on his teammates, standing around the batting cage, and he's got a brace on his arm. Like I said, it's not being looked upon as a realistic shot that Mac Muncy will be able to play this postseason before the World Series. And we're getting set for the first pitch as Tommy Edman, the switch hitter, is standing and ready to get into the batter's box, as we will have Joe West, Cowboy Joe West, behind the plate. Tommy Edman batting .262, switch hitter. And he is ready for the first pitch as he takes a few more practice swings as Scherzer finishes up a couple of more practice throws. We're almost underway out in Los Angeles. Welcome to Cardinals and Dodgers baseball. Max Scherzer, who had an incredible 58 innings and 5 earned runs when he came over in the trade. But the last 2 starts, he gave up 5 earned runs both times. Now, the Dodgers have yet to lose with Scherzer on the mound. Even with the past 2 starts where he pitched poorly, the Dodgers found a way to score enough runs to win. What will be the case tonight is you've got 2 veterans who are ready for play. It's Joe West behind the plate, Alan Porter at first. Laz Diaz is the second base umpire. The third base umpire is Jim Wolf. And down the line, you'll have Chris Siegel and Ramon DeJesus. So we got a full umpiring crew, a 6-man crew, as is the standard for Major League Baseball playoffs. We're getting set for the first pitch as Max Scherzer gets ready to dig in. This has to be a new theme for him when he gets ready to throw the first pitch. Even with a playoff game in Los Angeles, the crowd looks about half full. It is about 5 o'clock local time out in Los Angeles, but the stands will fill up. And here comes the first pitch, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Max Scherzer facing Tommy Edmonds. Tommy Edmonds, once again, 262 hitter with 11 home runs and 56 RBIs. He's going up against a shift to the right-hand side of the infield. And here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball ripped foul, high and deep, but way foul, and it'll be 1-1. Welcome to Cardinals and Dodgers baseball. I'm Mac McGee. I'll be bringing you the action all night long. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a changeup, banged foul, and it's 1-2. Edmonds trying to get something going here early on as the Cardinals are trying to shock the Dodgers. The Dodgers with 106 wins. Any other division in baseball would have won the division by more than 6 games. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it's a fastball ripped foul out in front, 95 miles an hour. And we'll do it again at 1-2. Beatty's at first base, taking over for Max Muncy, who is injured. If you're just joining us, is not on the roster, is not expected to play in the playoffs until maybe the World Series. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and there's a curveball, and it is ripped into right field. It's going to drop just in front of Mookie Betts, and the Cardinals got things going here. 1 on, nobody out, and that'll bring the dangerous Paul Goldschmidt to the plate. Paul Goldschmidt hitting .294 on the year with 31 home runs. Got 99 RBIs and an .879 OPS. Definitely the St. Louis Cardinal MVP down the stretch. Because he was the one that really stayed consistent and helped get the Cardinals to a 17-game winning streak that propelled them into the playoffs. Scherzer throws over to first for the pickoff attempt to no avail, and Goldschmidt gets ready for the first pitch. Here comes the first pitch to Goldschmidt, and it is a slider outside the zone. It's 1-0. In the postseason, Max Scherzer 7-5 with a 3.38 ERA and a 1.13 WHIP. Conversely, Adam Wainwright's ERA is 2.89. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and swung on and miss slider, and it's strike number 1. Adam Wainwright in his career 4-5 in the postseason with a 2.89 ERA and a 1.11 WHIP. Goldschmidt hitting .330 since the beginning of September with a 1094 OPS. And here comes a slider inside, ripped foul, and it's quickly 1-2. Just getting started here in Los Angeles is the St. Louis Cardinals and LA Dodgers. Winner take all, one game for all the glory to get to the NLDS. Scherzer fires back over to first base, and Edmonds easily in there, and we'll start this up again. It's 1-2. San Diego Padres have fired their manager. In case you missed that nugget today, Jace Tingler is done with the Friars. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is low and outside the zone. Edmund takes off, and he's going to steal second with ease. So the count's going to be 2-2, and Tommy Edmonds stands on second base, as the Cardinals got something going here early on, nobody out. Edman stands at second. During the Cardinals' winning streak, the one thing that they did better than anyone else in baseball was constantly put pressure on the opposing defense. And once again, they're at it again. Scherzer gets the sign from Smith. He gets set to deliver. Looks Edman back at second. And here's the pitch, and fastball outside, and it's going to be 3-2 as Paul Goldschmidt set to dig in here on a full count with Tyler O'Neill on deck and Nolan Arenado in the hole. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is a changeup. Misses way out of the zone, does not challenge Goldschmidt, and he'll put him on first. And there's runners on first and second, nobody out. 11 pitches into the game, and the Cardinals got something going. Scherzer struggling a little bit to begin the game. That'll bring up Tyler O'Neill. Tyler O'Neill batting .286 with 34 home runs and 80 RBIs, a .912 OPS. And he digs in from the right-hand side of the plate. A little bit of an open stance for Tyler, and the first pitch is 96 miles an hour, hammered deep into the corner, into right field. Mookie Betts makes an outstanding catch in foul territory, but Tommy Edman is going to tag up from second and go to third on the play. Great play by Mookie Betts. Might have wanted to have that one back and let it go, because you're going to have runners on the corners now with one away and Nolan Arenado coming to the plate. Outstanding defensive play by Mookie Betts. Last postseason, making play after play after play in the outfield. One of the most exciting players in baseball. Struggled with some injuries this year, but he is good to go for October. And there's one away, bringing Nolan Arenado up to the plate. Arenado, a double play candidate, will try to keep the ball in the air. 255, 34 home runs, 105 RBIs, and 807 OPS. And here comes the first pitch, and it's a slider inside for a strike, and it's 0-1. Cardinals have runners on first and third, one away. Edman stands on third with good speed, and Goldschmidt has decent speed himself on first. Will he go? Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it is 95 miles an hour, fouled back, and it's 0-2. Out of play and off to the right-hand side over the first base dugout. So Scherzer is ahead in the count now at 0-2, as the Dodger fans are starting to leak into the stadium. The ones that are there are on their feet and waving their towels. And here comes the 0-2 pitch from Scherzer, and it is wide, and it is in the dirt. Slider in the dirt, and it gets away from the catcher, Smith. Smith tries to grab it. He guns it over to the plate, but Edmonds easily scores, and the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Dodgers 1-0. On the play, Goldschmidt moves from first to second. It's a nasty slider, and Smith just could not get out in front of it. He did get his body in front of it, but it took a nasty carom, a nasty hop, and went over to the on-deck circle area. By the time he was able to get it back to Scherzer, Edmonds was crossing the plate. So St. Louis leads 1-0 in this National League wildcard game. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to Arenado, and he hits it high and deep into left center field just before the warning track. It's going to be caught by Pollock. He shoots it back into the infield, and 2 away, the runner does not advance. St. Louis leads this game 1-0 early on, top of the first inning. The Shilton, the Cardinals, has got to love this to get in front of the big bad Dodgers early in the game. Heavy favorites to win this game, heavy favorites to win the National League, even as a wild card team. Scherzer digs in. It's Dylan Carson at the plate from the left-hand side of the plate. He is a switch hitter, hitting in the 5 spot, playing right field. Here comes the first pitch, and it is nice curveball over for a strike. It's 0-1. Dylan Carson hitting 266 on the year, 18 home runs and 65 RBIs. He digs in for the 0-1 pitch, and here's the delivery, curveball, and it is dribbled over to second, and they have a hard time getting it out of their glove. They fire it over to first, but Dylan Carson's able to beat it out, and it's an infield single, because it didn't look like a difficult play, but Corey Seager, playing in the second base area on the shift, gets the ball and just could not get a handle on it. By the time he gets it out of his glove and fires it over to first base, the speedy Carlson is able to run it out. So you'll have runners on the corners, and here comes Yadier Molina. Yadier Molina has played the most games in postseason history in the National League. Adding to that docket tonight, he steps in. Here comes the first pitch from Scherzer, and it is a slider, and it is hit high and deep into center field, but very playable. Bellinger's underneath it. That'll end the inning. We'll head to break. St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 0. You're listening to Cardinals baseball.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
He only has 3 rings.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
I'm not playing, you stupid game!
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Cardinals baseball. The St. Louis Cardinals lead the Los Angeles Dodgers 1-0 in a winner-take-all scenario as They jumped out early on a wild pitch. They scored as Tommy Edman came across from third, and Mookie Betts will be heading to the plate for the LA Dodgers, batting .264 on the year, and he digs in and is set for the first pitch from Adam Wainwright, and Adam Wainwright fires a cutter across for a called first strike. Mookie Betts, .264, 23 home runs and 58 RBIs, did miss several games due to injury. And here's the next pitch. It is 90 miles an hour and it is outside the zone, up high, look like a sinker that didn't sink, and it's 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Wainwright. And he fires it, and it is ripped over to short, and it is just off of Sosa's glove, too hot to handle. So Mookie Betts will start the game off getting to first base. We'll see if they call that a looks like they're going to give him a base hit on that. The ball was hit very hard and just got underneath Sosa's glove. As he got out in front of it and slid, but it hit the heel of his glove. A play that Sosa normally makes, but it would have been a very difficult play. So they will give Mookie the hit. So the Dodgers have something going here. Bottom of the first, they trail 1-0, brings Corey Seager to the plate, and first pitch cutter outside, it's 1-0. Corey Seager batting .306 on the year, 16 home runs, 57 RBIs, and a .915 OPS. He digs in, and that is a changeup in the dirt, wildly thrown. Yachty's able to jump on top of it, block it. It gets away, but he's able to chase Mookie Betts back to first base. Great defensive play by Yachty. Mookie just wasn't ready to run, and because Yachty kept it out in front of him, Betts wasn't willing to risk it. So it'll be a 2-0 count to Seager, 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the first. St. Louis leads 1-0. Here comes your 2-0 pitch, and it is a curveball banged foul just past the first base line, and it's 2-1. Adam Wainwright, the pitcher for tonight, 17-7 on the year, a .305 ERA and a .106 WHIP, has a .289 ERA and a 4-5 record lifetime in the postseason. Here comes the 7th pitch of the night from Wainwright as Seager digs in, and it is hammered foul, and it's going to be 2-2. Cutter right inside on his hands, and Seager just could not keep it fair. Trey Turner's on deck with Justin Turner in the hole. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Seager asks for time, steps out, and he's ready to roll again. So here we go. 2-2 pitch, and it's fired. Called for a third strike. Looked like it was a cutter that just came back across the plate. And there's one away in the bottom of the Dodger first. Nice pitch, had a little bit of action. Might have been the sinker. Just tailed back in. Kind of looked like the old Greg Maddux two-seamer that would start in on your hands and dance back over the plate. Of course, Adam Wainwright started in the Braves organization before being traded to St. Louis many years ago. As he says, he is a Cardinal for life. He's been with St. Louis ever since. He's trying to get them back to the promised land. And here we go. Cardinals lead 1-0. Mookie Betts keeps dancing around on first as Wainwright is thrown back over and looked him back a couple of times. And here's the first pitch. It's foul tipped into the glove by Trey Turner. It's 0-1. Wainwright's not going to overpower you with high speed. You're going to be looking at a fastball, a cutter, a sinker. They're all going to be averaging anywhere between the very low 90s and mid 80s. But he'll take speed on and off to try to keep you off balance. And here comes the next pitch. It's a curveball. It's pulled, and it looks like Sosa actually caught it. He threw it over to second base to turn the double play, but they're calling in an out, and sure enough, it was an out. Sosa actually dropped the ball and then fired over, but I think they're calling that an infield fly, even though the ball wasn't realistically a pop fly, but with the force intact, that was the call by the second base umpire. And so instead of a double play, you're going to have runner on first. It'll be Mookie Betts that will be called out, and that'll put Trey Turner on first base with Justin Turner stepping in. So just to clear that up, the force was at second, but because the ball was dropped, they were not going to allow a double play. Did not look like an intentional drop. It looked like it just popped out of his glove. But nonetheless, you've got two outs, one on. Justin Turner digs in, and it is outside the zone for a 1-0. Looked like a cutter that just cut a little too much, missed the plate by about 4 or 5 inches, and Justin Turner, who's no stranger to the big moment in postseason, digs in trying to get the Dodgers going here. Bottom of the first, St. Louis leads 1-0 off a wild pitch. And here comes the 1-0 count. Sinker that is fouled back 90 miles an hour and off the backstop, and it is 1-1. If Turner is able to get on, Will Smith would come to the plate. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Wainwright as he digs in with his high socks, and he fires it in, and it is lined straight back to Wainwright. And in a self-defense move, he catches it. He shows the ball. He's walking back to the dugout, and the Cardinals are out of the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on St. Louis baseball. The Cardinals 1, the Dodgers 0. It's the National League wild card game.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide outs to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn. Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn! Touchdown Auburn! Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
That's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back to St. Louis Cardinals at the Los Angeles Dodgers. Out at Dodger Stadium, the Cardinals lead 1-0 very early on. We head to the second inning. If you're just joining us, St. Louis scored in the top of the first off of a wild pitch. The Dodgers did get something going in the bottom of the first, were unable to capitalize as Adam Wainwright ended the inning with a fantastic defensive play, more self-defense than anything else, but he'll take it. It was shot back up at him, and his glove was in the right place at the right time. I'm telling you, that ball barely missed his chin, and he held the ball off, walked up like it was a souvenir, and they're out of the inning. Scherzer's going to fire across the first pitch of the second inning for strike number one. As we get going here, it's Edmundo Sosa, and 0-1 pitch misses inside, and it's 1-1. Scherzer seems to be working a lot faster this inning. Maybe got a little of the nerves out of him, and it is a 1-1 pitch heading to Sosa as Sosa asks for time for 1 second. Does not step out of the box, but almost had to tweak his back a little bit. He's ready. Scherzer's ready. Smith's ready. The ball is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and miss. It's 1-2. Max Scherzer looking to get a W for the Dodgers would set up a Giants versus Dodgers clash. Here comes the next pitch. It's a slider in the dirt, and it's 2-2. It's the series that I think a lot of people want to see. The Cardinals are here to spoil the party, winning 17 games in a row down the stretch, running away with the second wild card. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup hammered foul, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Regardless of the scenario, San Francisco awaits. The Giants will host the game Friday night, 9:07 first pitch. They have announced that it will be Webb in game one and Gausman in game two. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is an swing on a slider, almost a swinging bunt foul, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Those games will take place Friday night and Saturday night. Saturday night will be 8:00 Eastern. Here comes the 2-2 pitches low, and it's now 3-2. Full count. Scherzer already at 26 pitches as Harrison Bader, the ex-Florida Gator, stands on deck. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is fisted foul. It's going to drop harmlessly in between home plate and first base, and we'll do it again at 3-2. So Giants Dodgers or Giants Cardinals will be 9:07 Eastern Friday night, 8:07 Eastern Saturday night, with an off day on Sunday, and back at it Monday. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and swung on and missed, strike three. Fastball, straight gas, blew right by Sosa, and that'll bring Bader, the number 8 hitter, up to the plate. Scherzer just dug in and reared back and threw a little harder than he had. 97 miles an hour on the tally. And that'll bring Harrison Bader to the plate. 267 average, 16 home runs and 50 RBI with a 785 OPS. But what he's known for is his defense. Probably long overdue for that elusive gold glove. And here comes the first pitch from Max Scherzer, and it's 1-0. Slider missing on the inside part of the plate. They are playing Bader for a shift, a right-handed pull shift. And here comes the slider on the 1-0 pitch, swung on a miss, and it's 1-1. Bader has speed. Wonder if he might try to push a bunt down the first base line. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, fastball, and it is popped up but out of play. Remember, Los Angeles Dodger Stadium, a lot of foul ground territory, especially behind home plate, but that one was back and out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Adam Wainwright stands on deck. Cardinals would love to get Bader on so Wainwright could bunt him across. And here comes a slider inside, and it's 2-2. Wainwright on the year, just a 123 hitter, no home runs and 4 RBIs with a 325 OPS. And here comes the 2-2 pitch as Smith sets up inside again, and it's a changeup, and it misses inside, and it is now 3-2. So dancing around here, we'll see if Scherzer goes after him. The pitcher is next, Wainwright. I don't think Scherzer wants to walk him to set up that scenario. We'll see if he challenges him. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is again wide and inside for ball number 4. So Bader, with some wheels, will be standing on first. That'll bring Adam Wainwright up to the plate in a sacrifice bunt scenario. Harrison Bader does have 9 stolen bases on the year, so keep an eye out for that. As we get set here, Scherzer fires back over to first. Kind of a half-hearted pickoff move, but trying to keep Bader honest nonetheless. Adam Wainwright coming to the plate. You got to figure he's bunting here. Stands from the right-hand side of the plate. He is bunting, and he pushes it foul. Good bunt attempt, though, and it's 0-1. You like to see those pitchers get the ball and almost catch it with the bat. And that was a pretty good bunt attempt by Wainwright. So many pitchers you see line up to do the sacrifice bunt, and they're almost stabbing at it. Gives you very, very little chance of getting the ball down, and usually ends up in a pop-up or just missing it altogether. See if Wainwright can get things going here on the 0-1 pitch, and it is wide and outside slider, and it's 1-1. Scherzer trying to get him to chase. Top of the second inning here, St. Louis leads 1-0. Runner on first is Harrison Bader. There's one away. Wainwright's trying to bunt him over. Scherzer's 36 pitches into the evening, something you've got to keep an eye on. The Dodgers carried a much lighter pitching roster than the Cardinals did. And here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball fouled back on the bunt attempt, and it's 1-2. The Dodgers only brought 10 pitchers to the party tonight. Now, it's just one game on these playoff rosters, so some of the reports that were coming out were a little overblown. You don't typically use 10 pitchers or more than 10 pitchers in a game, but if this game were to go to extra innings, you could see quite the issue. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is low and inside. Slider just missing. It's 2-2. Now the St. Louis Cardinals, conversely, they are carrying 12 pitchers. Last night, the American League teams were carrying 12 and 13. A little different scenario there when you don't have to worry about pinch hitters, etc. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. Wainwright sets the bunt. He shows bunt, and it's outside for a ball. It's now 3-2. Scherzer having a hard time finding the zone. Last thing he wants to do is walk his counterpart. The Dodgers trailing the Cardinals early on. It's 3-2. Top of the second inning in Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Scherzer. Showing bunt is Wainwright, and he gets the bunt down. A perfect bunt. It's right back to Scherzer, but that's going to move Bader from first to second, put him in scoring position, and an outstanding plate appearance by Wainwright. The little things you don't see in the box score, and that'll move Harrison Bader into scoring position. A single should score him. That'll take you to the top of the lineup with 2 away, and Tommy Edman, the pinch hitter, the leadoff hitter, coming up. Second baseman digs in. He is a switch hitter, batting from the left-hand side against the right-handed Scherzer. 41st pitch on the night, and cutter banged into the dirt off of his foot, and it's 0-1. Edmonds scored in the first on a single, stole second, moved from second to third on a foul ball that Mookie Betts caught over into deep right field. Probably should have let it go, but it's hard to say that when you're in the moment like that. And then he scores on a wild pitch. So here comes the 0-1 pitch to Edman, and he swings and he hits it harmlessly over to the first base side. It's fair. Beatty's on it. No, it's going to be called foul. It will be called foul. Joe West called it foul. Looks like the ball just went off Edmonds' foot. That probably had a lot to do with why the ball didn't have a whole lot of zip on it getting over there to first base. Edmund was hopping around a little bit afterwards, but it seems like he's going to be okay. He digs back in. The 0-2 pitch for Max Scherzer with 2 away and a runner on second. It's Harrison Bader. Here's the 0-2 pitch as Scherzer looks him back, and it is popped up foul and to left field. It's going to be an easy out for Pollock. That'll end the inning. We head to the bottom of the second. St. Louis leads LA 1-0.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
Here's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown. The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Cardinals baseball. The St. Louis Cardinals lead the LA Dodgers 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. And St. Louis had something going there in the top of the second, just could not quite get the run across. They're trying to build a lead against the very difficult Max Scherzer. They got the first run of the game in the top of the first inning on a wild pitch. And St. Louis leads at 1-0 in a winner-take-all game in Dodger Stadium. Adam Wainwright gets back on the hill. He and Yadi Molina, battery mates for quite some time. They're trying to push back the clock one more time in October. We get set for the first pitch to Will Smith, and it is a curveball wide and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Will Smith comes to the plate, hitting .258 with 25 home runs and 76 RBIs on the year, an .860 OPS. And here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a sinker called for a strike right across the heart of the plate. It's 1-1. Here we go with the 1-0 pitch, and comes across and gets it for a strike. And we are at, here comes the 2-1 pitch to Smith, and it is a curveball called for a strike. It's 2-2. Nasty Uncle Charlie right across the knees. And that sets up a 2-2 pitch to Will Smith. AJ Pollock is on deck with Beatty in the hole. 2-2 pitch, and it is a sinker called outside the zone. Looked like it might have got a part of the plate, but nonetheless, it's 3-2. As the Dodgers are trying to get something going here, Adam Wainwright, pretty quick first inning, delivers the 19th pitch of the night, and it is a curveball, and it is fouled back. We'll do it again at 3-2. Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina. Now they're 304 all-time starts together. And here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is a 90-mile-an-hour off the mask of Molina, goes wide and towards the dugout, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Looked like that was the sinker. It just got a little too much air, and we'll do it again at 3-2 as Will Smith digs in. Here come the high socks in the delivery, and it is a cutter, and it's fouled back again. Will Smith not going away easily and rising that pitch count on Adam Wainwright. Wainwright would love to get 5, maybe even 6 innings into the night. The Dodgers do have a definite advantage in bullpens. The Cardinals have a solid back end of the bullpen, and here comes a curveball. It's hit over to second and able to fire it back over to first against his body. What an outstanding play by Tommy Edman. He had to go against his glove side into the hole over second base, reach, grab it, spin, fire on a slide, pop-up slide, and guns him down. Will Smith, who is a catcher but has pretty good speed, a fantastic play, and he gets a round of applause from Adam Wainwright on the mound. Outstanding play. St. Louis Cardinals ranked second Major League Baseball in defensive runs saved. And there was a fine example right there. Great play by the young Tommy Edmond. And here comes the first pitch to A.J. Pollock as he digs in 1-0 just outside the zone. A.J. Pollock, 297, 21 home runs, and 69 RBIs on the year. And Uncle Charlie comes across for the first strike, and it's 1-1. Nice curveball laid in there by Wainwright on the inside part of the plate. Right-handed Pollock was kind of tied up and frozen, not expecting that pitch. And the wily old veteran takes the 1-1 count to him and throws a cutter on the outside part of the plate. He pops it up. It's a can of corn in the infield, and Sosa's underneath it, and there's quickly 2 away in the bottom of the second. St. Louis Cardinals lead Los Angeles 1-0 early on here, bottom of the second. There are 2 away. And that'll bring Matt Beattie up to the plate from the left-hand side. The young slugger, 270 average, 7 home runs, 40 RBIs in limited time. And here comes a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's missed, and it's 1-0. He is in there tonight because Max Muncy, an elbow injury on Sunday, the last game of the season, all the luck. He could be out for the playoffs, but definitely this round and next round. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Wainwright as he gets the sign from Molina and rocks it and fires it. It's low and outside the zone, inside the zone, and it's 2-1. St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 0. Bottom of the second. If you're just joining us, the 2-1 pitch, Uncle Charlie right across the belt, and it's 2-2. He's getting a lot of height on that curveball, but he's throwing it in the right places and the right times right now, catching him off guard. And here comes the 2-2 pitch to Beattie, and it is a cutter hit high, hit deep into right field, but at the warning track, Dylan Carson's underneath it for the out. And we'll head to the top of the third inning. Goldschmidt, O'Neill, and Arenado are on the way.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Hey, welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. It's the Cardinals, it's the Dodgers, and it is winner take all. We're heading to the third inning. St. Louis leads 1-0. And St. Louis with 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. The Dodgers, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 error. And it's going to bring Paul Goldschmidt to the plate with his .294 batting average and 31 home runs on the 2021 season from the right side of the plate. And here comes the first pitch to Goldschmidt. And it is a curveball for Max Scherzer outside the zone. And it's 1-0. Goldschmidt reached on a walk earlier. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it's outside, and it's 2-0. That was a fastball, 95 miles an hour, just off the plate. And the 2-0 pitch is Goldie digs in. It's called for a strike. West is saying that it got a part of the plate, looked like it was outside. Nonetheless, it's 2-1. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Scherzer, and slider down and away. It's now 3-1 to Goldschmidt. Tyler O'Neill, with his 34 home runs, is on deck with Nolan Arenado in the hole. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Goldschmidt, and swung on and missed. Fastball in his kitchen, and it's 3-2. Nicely placed fastball. Scherzer had been working the outside part of the plate, and he dances it back in and just missed it. Was Goldschmidt. Here comes a fastball hit into right field. It's a single, and Mookie Betts is on it fast, gets it back into the infield. But Goldschmidt, who was hitting 171 before that at bat lifetime against Scherzer, he's on with a leadoff single. And that'll bring Tyler O'Neill to the plate. Just kind of sent it back where it came from. Didn't try to do too much with it. And the strong hands of Paul Goldschmidt gets a single, gets the leadoff runner on, and here come the Cardinals in the top of the third. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider. Looked like it was a little inside, but it is called a strike. It's one of those 50-50 pitches. If he would have had 2 strikes, you sure couldn't just let it go. But that'll be 0-1 on O'Neill as he gets set. Scherzer working a lot faster than he was in the first inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's outside the zone, but O'Neill reaches for it, fouls it back. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2. Runner on first, nobody out. O'Neill with an 0-2 count. And Arenado on deck. Here comes the 0-2 pitch as Smith sets up outside, and it's a slider swung on and missed just over it. And that's the first out of the inning. Strikeout for Max Scherzer, his second on the night. And that'll bring Nolan Arenado 0-1 to the plate. 255 on the year with 34 home runs, 105 RBIs, and an 807 OPS. Of course, Nolan Arenado, no stranger to Dodger Stadium, spending most of his career in Colorado, a divisional foe. So he digs in. Scherzer fires it back over to first to keep Goldschmidt honest. Goldschmidt, a big athletic first baseman. You wouldn't know this by looking at him. Here comes the first pitch, and it swung on a miss. It's 1-1. 0-1, excuse me. You wouldn't know this by looking at him, but Paul Goldschmidt on the year did have 12 stolen bases. So there is a reason to scamper him back to first. As Arenado's 4 for 21 lifetime in his postseason career in 5 games. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is fisted to the right-hand side of the infield, and Beatty's going to get it. Fires Goldschmidt out at second, but a slow developing play will not be able to turn the double play. Arenado goes to first. Goldschmidt is out. It'll be a fielder's choice, and that'll bring up the switch hitting Dylan Carson to the plate. Nice play by Beatty, but by the time the ball was thrown over to second and the relay could have been over, Arenado was already crossing the first base bag, so he just kind of stuck it in his pocket. Trey Turner knew better than to try to fire it over to first and possibly cause an error or anything else. So here comes the first pitch to Dylan Carson. It's low and inside, and it's 1-0. Nolan Arenado stands on first base. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is ripped foul over the first base dugout. It'll be 1-1. Nolan Arenado, not as a fleet of foot as Goldschmidt, but he does have 2 stolen bases on the year. He's a pretty good base runner in his own right. So they will keep tabs on him, but not as concerned about him stealing second as Goldschmidt. So here comes the 1-1 pitch from Scherzer, and he misses inside with a changeup, and it's 2-1. One on, 2 outs, 2-1 pitch. St. Louis leads at 1-0. It's the top of the 3rd inning. And here's the 2-1 delivery. Scherzer fires a curveball on the outside part of the plate. They're going to call that a strike. It's a very generous strike from Joe West, and it's 2-2. That is a low and outside pitch. You know, folks are killing West right now. He's been infamous for having wide strike zones his entire career. Joe West ending his career after this season. Here comes a fastball popped up high, and it's going to be out of play on the right field side, back in the stands about 20 rows. And we'll do it again at 2-2. Cowboy Joe West hanging up his spurs after decades in Major League Baseball. He's been at the middle of a lot of controversial plays. And here comes the 2-2 delivery, and it is a cutter ripped down the first base line, but Beatty is on it before it can get to the outfield. He steps on first. That'll end the top of the 3rd inning. St. Louis 1, LA 0. We'll be back in a flash.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. As the St. Louis Cardinals lead 1-0. We're heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning, and we've had a bit of a nip and tuck already. St. Louis scores on a wild pitch in the bottom of the 1st inning. There's been some hard hit balls, but great defensive plays. We're going to lead the inning off with Adam Wainwright going back out to the hill to face Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger, who was a hero in last year's October, has had quite the struggles this year. He's been in and out of the lineups with injuries, struggling at the plate, hitting 165 for the year and 10 home runs with just 23 RBIs with well over 300 plate appearances. But he's going to look to wipe the slate clean here in October. We all know he's capable of doing it. Here comes the first pitch, and it is a curveball outside the zone and high. It's 1-0. Bellinger, one of the sweetest swings in baseball, but has a penchant for going in and out of slumps. But when he's on fire, no one gets any hotter. Here comes a fastball, 4-seamer inside, almost hits Bellinger, and it's quickly 2-0. Max Scherzer is on deck. You don't expect to see Bellinger down there in the 8th spot if you watched last year's playoffs. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, curveball outside, and it's 3-0. Not how Wainwright wants to start off the 3rd inning. He's managed his pitch count pretty well so far. That was his 33rd pitch of the night. And here comes the 3-0 pitch, inside, strike called, and it's 3-1. Scherzer is on deck with Mookie Betts in the hole. If anybody gets on, Corey Seager. Here comes the 3-1 pitch, and it's inside for a called ball 4. And Bellinger will waltz his way down to first base with a leadoff walk. That always spells trouble. Leadoff walks in baseball usually equal to runs. Max Scherzer comes up, not much of a threat to go deep, not much of a threat to get a base hit, has not had a base hit all year long, so you got to figure the bunt will be on. He's batting 0-0-0 with 0 home runs, but he has managed an RBI this year. Here's the first pitch, and bunt attempt is foul. It's 0-1. Three sacrifice bunts and 1 sac fly in 63 plate appearances. Has not reached base this year. Usually even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while, so you got to be on high alert. You never know when the luck's going to come through. And Wainwright sets up, throws a sinker inside. Scherzer pulls back. West says he does not offer at it, so it'll be 1-1. looked like it just got away from Wainwright. I think he was trying to get it across the middle of the plate. The last thing he wants to do is hit the pitcher, especially one who's batting 0-0-0. And here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is outside the zone once again, and it's 2-1. Wainwright struggling to find the zone against the pitcher, and Max Scherzer no less. So here we go again. A 2-1 count. And Scherzer shows bunt, and it is outside again. It's a sinker outside the zone. And it is 3-1. What in the world is Wainwright doing? Dancing around the pitcher. The Dodger fans are smelling blood. They're jumping up and down, waving their blue hankies. And here comes the 3-1 pitch to Scherzer. Will he show bunt? Bellinger on first, leading off. And Scherzer does get the bunt down. It's a good bunt back to Wainwright. He throws it over to first, but not before Bellinger moves from first to second in scoring position with the dangerous Mookie Betts coming to the plate. I said earlier, Dodger Stadium looked like it was about half full. It looks like it's at about capacity at this point, as it is well known the Dodger Stadium fills up around the fourth inning. We're in the bottom of the third. Those loyal Dodger fans have to fight that LA traffic. And they are going to get settled in. That place will be rocking. Mookie Betts comes up. He's 1 for 1 with the single. 264 on the year, 23 home runs and 58 RBIs. Not Mookie Betts type numbers, a bit of a down year, but it's October. It's a new season. And here comes the first pitch, and it is a fastball. It is hit into shallow left field, and Sosa drops another one. It was kind of a weak liner. He drops the ball, throws over to first, and by the time he throws it over to first, Betts is standing there. Sosa, who was put in this game tonight specifically for his defense, has now had 2 defensive gaffes, and that one's going to be costly, as you're going to put runners on first and second, just 1 away with the heart of the order coming up, and Corey Seager at the plate. Now, Bellinger, who was standing on second, did not advance, as it looked like the ball was going to be caught by Sosa. Here comes the first pitch from Wainwright. He fouls it back. It's 0-1. So when he dropped the ball, it did not get far away from Sosa. He threw it over to first, but there was no way he was going to get the fleet-footed Mookie Betts. So Bellinger had to stay where he was at second. It's first and second, 1 away. You still have the force at second and third, and first for that matter. And here comes the 0-1 pitch from Wainwright, trying to get out of this jam, and curveball swung on and pulled foul. It's 0-2. You're just joining us at St. Louis 1, Los Angeles nothing. Bottom of the third inning in the National League wildcard game. Of course, everybody knows there is no tomorrow for the loser, so all hands will be on deck. We'll see how long each skipper will leave their starter in. Wainwright steps off the rubber and wants to go back through the count again, and the signals with Molina. Will do it again on the 0-2 count to Corey Seager, who digs in with his .306 batting average, just 16 home runs on the year, but a .915 OPS. Very dangerous hitter. NLCS and World Series MVP just a year ago. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, curveball in the dirt, and it's not swung on. It's taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Standing on deck, another dangerous hitter in Trey Turner. And in the hole, it's Justin Turner. The Dodgers' embarrassment of riches, one of the deepest lineups in all of baseball. They just keep coming. Wainwright really needed that out. Could ill afford to have errors here tonight. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. It's inside and it's 2-2. Looked like a cutter that just missed. News around Major League Baseball. Looks like the Cubs and David Ross are working out an extension already. And the Padres fired Jace Tingler. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Wainwright, and it is a sinker missed inside. It was high, and it's 3-2. 3-2, 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the third. Schultz is barking from the top of the dugout steps. The Dodger fans are going crazy, waving their hankies, and Molina's going to come out there to Wainwright to talk to Wainwright and the rest of the infield about a game plan with a full count. One of the most dangerous hitters in baseball. Wainwright and Molina trying to get on the same page. So the rest of the guys are trying to hear him as well. Molina heads back to home. We'll see what they've dialed up here. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Full count. Runners on first and second. Bottom of the third. 1 away. Wainwright delivers to Corey Seager. And it's a curveball low and inside. It's ball 4. You almost wonder if the conversation was not to give in and face the right-handed Turner instead. It's hard to believe that would be the case. Trey Turner, one of the best hitters in baseball, though you're going to get him from the right-handed side of the plate. 338 average, 10 home runs, 28 RBIs, and a 950 OPS since coming over from Washington in the trade on the deadline day. Here comes the first pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. Tying run sits on third base. Looks like Juan Soto has made his way out to the park tonight across country to root on his ex-teammate Max Scherzer. Strange that he's actually in his jersey. Here comes another curveball outside the zone. It's 2-0. Of course, Trey Turner also played with Juan Soto. That's a sign of a guy who wants to be recognized in the crowd, right? Major League Baseball player who wears his jersey into the stadium. Here comes and he looks like he's sitting amongst the fans. There's a couple of them that are sitting out there with Washington Nationals gear on. I don't recognize the other guy sitting next to him. Looks like it could be a coach. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and it is a sinker, fouled back, 2-1. 90 miles an hour. It was shot foul, hit hard. We'll dig in for the 2-1 pitch. Tying run on third, bases loaded, 1 away, a 2-1 count to one of the most dangerous hitters in baseball. a 19-game hitting streak to end the season at a 403 clip, and it is a sinker fouled back again, and it's 2-2. High drama here in Los Angeles early on. Cardinals can ill afford to get down behind by a bunch early. That Dodger bullpen is deep and it's strong. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, to Turner as he digs in. And curveball way outside the zone. He's not finding the strike zone with that curveball. Why he keeps going to it. It's 3-2, a full count to Trey Turner. He's going to be sitting dead red. Cardinals lead it, but just by one run. It's 1-0. Bottom of the third inning. In a winner-take-all scenario, Trey Turner's going to step outside the box, gather himself again. Standing room only as the fans are going wild. And the Dodgers looking to take advantage of the error earlier in the inning by Sosa. And here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and hit straight to second base. It's easily picked up by Edman. He steps on the bag, fires it over to first. It's an inning-ending double play. The Cardinals are out of it, and the Cardinal dugout is going wild. We head to break. St. Louis 1, Dodgers 0. The top of the fourth inning is on the way. What a game we have in Los Angeles.
Now, if you want to ground them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Trusting scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council. Sit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals versus the Los Angeles Dodgers. We're heading to the top of the fourth inning. If you're just joining us, what a game it's been so far. A low-scoring game, but it's been filled with action as the LA Dodgers had bases loaded, one away, a full count, and Trey Turner shot the ball right back over the second base bag, but standing there with the teeth of the defense, and the Cardinals were able to get a double play, get out of the inning with no run scored, and St. Louis leads 1-0. You see Molina giving Wainwright a bit of a pep talk in the dugout. Wainwright struggling with his command.
And here comes the first pitch to Yadi Molina, and it is a fastball fouled back into a 1. Two-run plays by Edmond already early in this game. He scooped the ball, stepped on the pillow at second, fired it over to first, and beat out the speeding Trey Turner. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside, but it caught the corner. It's 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it is low and outside. It's 1-2. Look like a slider. Slid a little too far. Max Scherzer has pitched a pretty good game so far, only giving up 1 run. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and swung on and hit foul and do it again at 1-2. And the official score has changed it to where there's only 1 error in the game. I don't see how in the world that line drive dropped by Sosa is not an error. That was a big lead play that needed to be made. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and Yachty shoots it back up the middle, but standing there is the shift. And caught by Trey Turner. He scoops it up, fires it over to first, and Beatty, and there's 1 away. There's no way a major league shortstop should have a ball hit him in the glove, a soft liner, drop it, and it not be an error. But that's the official score right now. A little bit of home cooking helped the batting averages, I guess. So here we go, and stepping up to the plate is Sid Sosa. Takes the first pitch inside, and it's 1-0. Scherzer at 66 pitches on the night. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it's dribbled off the bat over to Scherzer, who's off the mound, grabs it, fires it, guns Sosa down, and it is quickly 2 away. Kind of rolled over on the swing, and the ball gently was dribbled right next to the mound. Scherzer was able to jump over there, hop on it, and gun him down at first, and that'll bring Harrison Bader to the plate. Harrison Bader, who came up earlier, reached on a walk, so officially no at bat, but he does have the plate appearance, the base on balls, and here comes the first pitch to Bader from Scherzer, and slider right across the knees, and it's 0-1. Bader hitting .267 on the year, 16 home runs. Here comes the 0-1 pitch inside, and it's 1-1. Fastball that missed right off the belt. St. Louis leads 1-0, top of the 4th inning, 2 away. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Bader, and it is a slider swung on and missed. Same location as the first pitch of the at-bat, and it's 1-2. If Hader is able to reach, if Harrison Bader is able to reach, it'll be Adam Wainwright, so you would clear the pitcher. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Bader. And it's low and bounces away towards the visiting dugout, and it's going to be 2-2. That's one of those plays Bader's going to wish he had swung at, because he easily would have scampered off to first base. That ball got well away from the catcher. We'll do it again at 2-2. 72nd pitch of the night, and it is low and outside. It's 3-2.
Another slider that is missed for Scherzer in this at bat. He has thrown 4 sliders already in this at bat. See if he goes back to the well one more time. Here's a stretch on the full count, and it's fastball swung on and popped back out of play, and it's 3-2. And almost 75 pitches on the night already. You wonder how much longer Scherzer has in the tank. You figure he'll come back out for the 5th, but if this continues, that might be it for the night. Here comes the 3-2 pitch to Bader, and he swings and hits it foul, fights it off, and will do it again, 3-2. It was the slider. This time it was inside. Adam Wainwright stands on deck. St. Louis hoping to clear the pitcher in this inning. Bader getting a couple of practice swings as the sun is beginning to set. It's pretty much set. And here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is inside. Looks like it hit Bader, but it was a curveball, so not much damage to him as he's going to waltz down to first. That'll bring Wainwright up to clear the pitcher spot here in the top of the 4th inning. Not what Scherzer wanted. 3-2 pitch, throwing that curveball, was hoping to get him to chase, and it hit Bader on the calf shin area, the side of his leg. It doesn't look like he got any bones, so he should be okay. He leads off first. Wainwright swings at the first pitch. Slider, and it's 0-1. Wainwright hitting 123 on the year, tried to ambush him. Not much luck there. So if you're Schilt, you probably want to see Wainwright take some pitches to drive the pitch count up as much as you can, take as much out of Scherzer as you can. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on and missed. Wainwright came out of his shoes on that one, 95 miles an hour across the letters, and it's 0-2. Wainwright giving kind of a grin to Joe West. Love to know what was said there. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Wainwright. Runner on first, 2 away. Top of the 4th inning. And slider swung on and missed just over it. That'll end the inning. The Cardinals lead it 1-0. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Turner, Smith, and Pollock are due up.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow.
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield. And that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron. What a year for him. Eric Ebron. Touchdown. Full slant. Caught. Touchdown. Marquise Lee. And he punched the ball into the stands. Deep. And he's got it. Keelan Cole. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it. for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals versus the LA Dodgers. Hopefully that fixed the audio. And thank you for letting me know that there was an audio issue. I appreciate that. St. Louis leads 1-0 as we're heading to the bottom of the fourth inning. And if the audio is still messed up, please let me know. And we are in a 1-0 game. It is winner take all. And St. Louis scored in the first inning. And we have not had a score since. Now, the Dodgers were threatening in the last half inning. They had bases loaded, one away. With the bases loaded, one away, they were unable to get anything as Trey Turner hit into a double play, hit the ball right on the screws, but right into the teeth of the defense. So that is going to bring up Justin Turner to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. And he digs in so we get set for action. And here we go for the first pitch to Justin Turner as we get ready here. And it's a sinker outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Justin Turner hitting .278 on the year, 27 home runs. And he gets set for the 1-0 pitch, sinker. Set up across the plate, and it is taken for a strike. It is 1-1. Wainwright did not give up a run in the previous inning, but his pitch count sure went up. That was his 55th pitch of the night. Had a pretty low pitch count at the end of one, not too bad at the end of two. The third inning really ran him up. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Justin Turner, and it is outside, called for a strike, and it's 1-2. Turner does not look happy, and already Joe West is not making friends as he was. That I will say that pitch looked a little outside. Yadier Molina did a great job of framing it, and Joe West gave the wily veteran the benefit of the doubt. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is a sinker in on the hands, fouled back, and it's 1-2. St. Louis leading 1-0, still early on here. We're just in the bottom of the fourth inning. A pitcher's duel, but still a lot of runners have been on base. Here comes the curveball. It's outside, and it's 2-2. Justin Turner getting ready for the 2-2 pitch, as that curveball has been hanging there the last couple of innings. Hasn't been able to get it in the zone. Turner rocks back, gets ready for the pitch, and it is swung on. It is hit high. It is hit deep, and it is gone into the Los Angeles Dodger bullpen. Justin Turner ties the game up with a hanger. Uncle Charlie didn't bend, and it's 1-1. Dodgers tie it up with the Cardinals. Wainwright went to the well just one too many times there with that curveball, and Turner timed it perfectly, did not miss it, and hammered that ball into the LA Knight. 13th home run in his career, in the postseason with the LA Dodgers. That is an LA Dodger all-time record. That's saying a mouthful in their storied franchise history. So we've got a tie ball game, a new ball game, and that's going to bring Will Smith to the plate. Wainwright giving up his first run of the game. We'll see how long they stick with him. And here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's hammered foul, 0-2. Showing the replay of that home run, and it went deep into the Dodger bullpen. Trey Turner ties this game up. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Will Smith, and called for a third strike. And there's one away here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Will Smith goes back to the dugout, looks not too happy. See, he thought that ball was a little off the plate. I'm sure he's going to want that catch, want that call later in the game, so he's not saying much, just kind of shaking his head and heading back to the dugout. And that's going to bring A.J. Pollock to the plate, 297 on the year, 21 home runs, 69 RBIs, and an 892 OPS. Here comes the 63rd pitch from Wainwright, and it is swung on and missed outside the zone, and it's 0-1. Looked like a changeup that just the bottom dropped out of it. The chess game will begin now with these two managers. How long will they stick with their starters? We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Wainwright at 63 pitches. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt for 1-1. Went back to that same pitch, but bounced it to the plate. Max Scherzer was in the high 70s when he left the fourth inning. So when he comes back out, how long of a leash will they have for him? Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is hammered foul, cutter over the dugout, and it's 1-2. Justin Turner, just a mammoth shot. It scores the same as the wild pitch run in the first inning, but it gave the Dodger crowd, the Dodger players, everyone a jolt of electricity, and this crowd is now alive. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Wainwright to Pollock, and fouled back. It's 1-2 again. Matt Beattie is on deck. If anyone were to get on this inning, it'll be Bellinger with Scherzer in the hole. So you would think if this inning doesn't go much further, Scherzer goes back out for the fifth, but probably not the sixth. Here comes the curveball on the outside part of the plate, and it's swung on and missed, offered at, and it is strike three. Joe West says he went around. And that'll be 2 outs, bottom of the fourth inning, bringing Matt Beattie to the plate. Left-handed hitter, 270 on the year, 7 home runs, 40 RBIs. A solid left-handed hitter that's just trying to get on base to set the stage for Cody Bellinger. Joe West in his 132nd postseason game behind the plate, and he calls for the first strike. It's 0-1, curveball. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Matt Beattie, and it is banged into the dirt. It's 0-2. 0-2 pitch to Beatty from Wainwright. 70th pitch coming here on the night. And the 0-2 pitch, it is a curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Wainwright consistently going back to that curveball, just hasn't been able to spot it tonight. Got him in trouble in the previous inning. And it left the building when Turner got a hold of it this inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, another curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Beatty not offering at it. Lefty versus righty matchup. He's placed that curveball on the inside and outside of the plate, trying to get him to offer at it, but just has not had the depth. So here comes the 2-2 pitch to Beatty as Yachty sets up on the outside. Fastball outside the zone, and it's a full count. It's 3-2. Cody Bellinger stands on deck. 3-2 pitch. Will he go back to the curve or try to finish him off with some heat? Wainwright fires, delivers, curveball swung on, and it's popped up high and in the infield. Yachty tosses his mask, gets underneath it. It's an easy out. That gets him out of the inning, but not before the Dodgers tie it. It's 1-1. St. Louis and LA. We head to the top of the fifth.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals and Los Angeles Dodgers National League wild card game. We've got a tie game heading to the top of the 5th inning, as that's going to send Tommy Edman in the top of the order back to the plate. Max Scherzer is back out there on the mound. We'll see if St. Louis can get anything going. It'll be Edman, Goldschmidt, and Tyler O'Neill. If anyone gets on, Arenado. Here comes the first pitch from Max Scherzer. And it is a changeup wide and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Max Scherzer now 79 pitches on the night. He is due up in the bottom of the inning. So you got to figure this is probably his last go around. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Scherzer. Fastball up under the chin. It's 2-0. Might have been the cutter. As Tommy Edman, 1 for 1, a single, a stolen base, and a run in the top of the first. And here comes the 2-0 pitch from Scherzer, and it is a fastball, a high strike right outside of the plate, and it's 2-1. Just clipped the zone right there on the black. And here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball down the pipe. It's 2-2. Switch hitting Edman, batting from the left side against the right-handed Scherzer. Scherzer gets the signal from Smith, and the 2-2 pitch. Fastball ripped into right center field, just over Trey Turner's glove. Might have even cracked the bat. Edman was able to get the ball into the outfield, and the leadoff runner is on. Kind of a balloon shot with a lot of top spin. Was able to find green grass. And Goldschmidt comes up to the plate with Tommy Edman. The single to center field. Joe Kelly is active in the Dodger bullpen. The right-hander with a lot of October baseball experience was on the Dodgers last year. Remember, he was also on the 2018 championship Boston Red Sox. He was the one that had the run-in with the Astros last year after the cheating scandal. Here comes Paul Goldschmidt, who's 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. And first pitch slider swung on and missed on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Dodgers are playing Goldschmidt to pull. So you got Turner, Seager, and Turner all playing left of the second base bag, with Beatty over there right of the second base bag holding the runner on. So there's a big hole in between first and second. They do decide to go the other way, but they're banking on Goldschmidt swinging for the downs. Scherzer steps off and gets set again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Goldschmidt. And it is a fastball, four-seamer on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. Tommy Edman, always a threat to steal. Bouncing back in first. Bouncing back and forth at first base. Scherzer looks over his shoulder. Here comes the delivery. Edman with 30 stolen bases on the year, and it's in the dirt, but played beautifully by Smith. Backhanded. So Edman will stay at first, and it's 2-1. One is your score, top of the fifth inning. The Cardinals have a runner on first. No outs. The 2-1 pitch. Slider, called strike on the inside part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Nasty pitch. Not much Goldschmidt could do with that. So he laid off it. Probably would have been a double play for sure if he had hit it into play. Scherzer peers in. Gets ready for the delivery. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And he fires back over to first. Edman is in there safely. We'll do it again at 2-2. Good pickoff attempt by Max Scherzer. A quick hop step and fired over to first. The defense is now playing a little differently. Seager and Turner are still playing to pull, but Trey Turner is now on the right side of second base in case there is a stolen base attempt. So here comes the 2-2 pitch to Goldschmidt. Smith sets up on the outside part of the plate. It is a fastball outside the zone, and it's 3-2. Tyler O'Neill stands on deck. 0 for 2 on the night, but he does have 34 home runs, 80 RBIs, and a 912 OPS. Here comes the 3-2 pitch from Scherzer. Edmonds leads off a little further. Here's your delivery. And fastball way outside the zone. Ball 4. And runners are on first and second. Nobody out. Max Scherzer struggling a little bit here in the top of the 5th. Joe Kelly looks like he might be ready. Dave Roberts looks torn on whether or not he wants to go pull him. Now the infield comes in to talk to Scherzer, maybe to buy a little time. Edmund is standing on second. Goldschmidt on first, excuse me. There's nobody out. 2 on. Good speed on the bags. Tyler O'Neill comes up. No slouch himself with 15 stolen bases. And Nolan Arenado is on deck. Here comes the first pitch to O'Neill, who's 0 for 2 on the night. And it's a slider swung on a miss, blocked, but in the dirt, and it's 0-1. Max Scherzer at 90 pitches now. O'Neill swung right over the top of that, never even came close to it. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to O'Neill, and swung on slider in the zone, but miss. It's 0-2. Doesn't look like O'Neill's picking up that slider. We'll see if he goes to it for a 3rd consecutive pitch. Will Roberts let Scherzer face Arenado, who stands on deck? Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And he steps off, wheels back around like he's going to throw over to second. Does not. And we'll do it again. 1-2. St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 1. It's the top of the 5th inning. The National League wild card game. Do or die, winner take all. Here's the 0-2 pitch to O'Neill, and it's outside the zone slider, and it's 1-2. So 3 consecutive sliders, the 1-2 count. Scherzer trying to get either a strikeout or a double play in order. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Scherzer. And fastball in on the fist, fouled back and out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. O'Neill definitely looking for the slider on that one. Was able to fight that off as it got inside his kitchen. And 1-2 count, nobody out, 2 on. The game's tied in the top of the 5th. 94th pitch of the night by Max Scherzer, and swung on and missed strike 3. And that will bring Arenado to the plate with runners on first and second, 1 away. Dave Roberts is heading to the mound, looking to see if he's going to make the pitching change. And he is. He asked for the ball from Scherzer. Scherzer leaves to a standing ovation, and that'll bring Joe Kelly into the game. We'll take a quick break with him. The St. Louis Cardinals and Los Angeles Dodgers are tied. Top of the 5th inning in the National League wild card game.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals, Los Angeles Dodgers baseball. It's a tie game, and there are 2 on, 1 away. Max Scherzer ran from the game 4 and a third inning, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Joe Kelly is going to come into the game sporting a 2.86 ERA this season through 48 games, 44 innings. 50 strikeouts in those 44 innings and just 15 walks. He has allowed 3 home runs. Scherzer looks like has some things to say to Roberts when he came back up off the deck and down there in the dugout, but to no avail. This is do or die. You can't leave Scherzer in. He had been struggling. Still pitched a pretty good game. When you have the Dodger bullpen that you have, you got to be able to rely on them at some point. And to that point, Scherzer is due up in the bottom of the inning. Here's the first pitch to Kelly and from Kelly, and it's a sinker outside 97 miles an hour, and it's called for a strike. It's 0-1. Looked like it missed. And as I'm looking at the replay, it definitely missed. Joe West with a wide strike zone, as he's known for, inconsistent strike zone. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and pitch in the same spot. And it is 1-1. So go figure that. Outside the zone 2 times. Let's see if we'll get a third one. Joe Kelly comes out of the pen. Both times, by the way, Smith was set up on the inside part of the plate, so doesn't seem to quite have it. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curve ball. And it is knuckle curve, and it's called for a strike. It's 1-2. That may or may not have been out of the zone, but with the knuckle curve, a little more sweeping action. So it looks like it might have cut a part of the zone. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And the delivery is Kelly looks back. And it is banged into the ground. Justin Turner is going to stop Edmonds in his tracks. He's going to backpedal and tag out third base. So you won't get the double play, but you will get the force at third. Arenado to first on the fielder's choice. Goldschmidt will go from first to second. When the ball was first hit, it looked like he had a chance possibly at a double play, but he decided to take the easy out and not risk it. So you're going to have runners on first and second, 2 away. It's a 1-1 game. Joe Kelly will now face Dylan Carson, the switch hitting hitter, batting from the left-hand side of the plate. 0 for 2 on the night. And Kelly adjusts his hat, adjusts his jersey, adjusts his hat again, taking his time as he gets set for the pitch. Trey Turner is in the deep shift on the right-hand side of the infield. So anything to the left is going to be a problem. Here comes the first pitch, and it is a knuckle curve way outside the zone and wide. It's 2-0. It's 1-0, excuse me. Dodgers have a lot of arms down there in the pen. If there's any sign of trouble. 2 lefties and a total of now 7 more righties they can go to. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Kelly, knuckle curve, and this one is low and inside the zone. It's 2-0. Dylan Carson, 18 home runs on the year, 266 average with 65 RBIs, a 780 OPS. Yadier Molina stands on deck. Here comes the 2-0 pitch from Kelly, who works a little slower than what Scherzer did. So he gets set, digs in, looks back, fires, and it is a knuckle curve in the dirt. It gets away from Smith. Goldschmidt goes from second to third on the wild pitch. You got runners on the corners. It's a 3-0 count now. Does look like Kelly's pitching around the left-handed swinging Dylan Carson to possibly get to Yadi Molina, who he would face from the right-hand side of the plate. Here comes the 3-0 pitch from Kelly as they all get set again. Will Smith gets set behind the plate. Here's the delivery, 3-0, and fouled back 96 miles an hour, and it's 3-1. Kelly works much slower behind the up there on the mound than other pitchers. Deliberate actions. Scherzer works at a much faster pace, keeping his defense on his toes. But it's gotten Kelly this far. So here comes the 3-1 pitch from Kelly. And three-one pitch. It's foul back. It's 3-2. Sorry for a bit of a delay there. As we get set, full count, 3-2 pitch, runners on the corners. And here comes the pitch. 3-2, swung on and fouled away, got away from Smith, but Carson had fouled it off. First looked like that it was a swing and a miss, but he did foul it off. In fact, the foul ball went off of Joe West's shin. So we'll do it again at 3-2. Runners on the corners. 3-2 count. Joe Kelly set to give the delivery. And here comes the 3-2 pitch to Carlson. The windup. And swung on and missed, strike three. Kelly's out of the inning. And we head to the bottom of the fifth. The game is tied 1-1. St. Louis and Los Angeles in the National League wild card game, winner take all. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Welcome back here to Cardinals baseball. St. Louis and Los Angeles tied at 1 apiece as we are heading to the bottom of the fifth inning. Cardinals had a threat going there in the top of the fifth inning. Dodgers pulled Scherzer, went to Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly got him out of the jam. And now we'll see how long the Cardinals will go with Wainwright, who is set to take the mound again. It'll be Wainwright versus Cody Bellinger to lead it off. The pitcher spot due up second with Mookie Betts in the top of the order in the hole. Here comes the first pitch from Wainwright, and it is an Uncle Charlie across from a strike, and it is 0-1. Wainwright laboring in a few innings, but only at 74 pitches on the night so far. So we'll see how long they go with him. Here comes the 0-1 pitch curveball, swung on and knocked foul, and it's 0-2. Zach McKinstry has grabbed a bat, and it looks like he will be the pinch hitter. Bellinger on an 0-2 count. He is set for the 0-2 pitch, and Wainwright delivers. It is a fastball, four seam inside, and it's 1-2. Gratterall is warming up in the bullpen, so it looks like that will be the arm of choice for Dave Roberts as we head to the 6th inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and it is straight gas, swung on and missed by Bellinger, and he is sat down on strikes, and there's one away with the pinch hitter on the way to the plate. Luke Raley coming up to the plate. Luke Raley swinging from the left side of the plate here. And Raley has had 72 plate appearances this year, a 182 batting average, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. Listed as an outfielder, but is pretty much being brought in to pinch hit in this game, not expected to play the field. And here comes the Uncle Charlie for the first pitch, and it's 1-0, wide and outside. The Dodgers tonight brought 16 batters and 10 pitchers. St. Louis brought 12 and 14 respectively. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, curveball, outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch from Wainwright, and curveball swung and pounded into the dirt down the first base side, foul, and it's 1-2. One-two count. St. Louis and Los Angeles tied at 1 apiece. Bottom of the 5th inning, 1 away. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and it is a fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3 at the letters on the outside part of the plate. There's 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring Mookie Betts in the top of the order to the stage. Looks like Green Bay Packers are going to sign former Cowboy linebacker Jalen Smith, for those of y'all that missed that from earlier today. And the Carolina Panthers made a trade with the New England Patriots for defensive back Stephon Gilmore. Mookie Betts is 2 for 2 with 2 singles. He digs in for the first pitch, and it is a curveball across the belt and in the zone for a called first strike. It's 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and curveball swung and banged into the dirt to the left side of the infield. It's quickly scooped up by Arenado. He guns it over to first, and that'll do it. We head to the top of the 6th. We've got a tie ball game. St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 1. National League wild card game in Los Angeles.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Well, you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. The Cardinals are tied with the Los Angeles Dodgers 1-1. We head to the top of the 6th inning, and St. Louis will send Yadier Molina, Sosa, and Bader to the plate. If anyone gets on, it'll be the pitcher spot. You wonder if they will send Wainwright back out to the mound. Pitching well. Here comes Brewster Gratterall. 33 innings, 27 strikeouts, and was unhittable last October. Here comes the first pitch, and it is fisted over to the left-hand side of the infield by Molina. It is scooped up by Justin Turner. He fires it over to first base, and quickly there's one away. Swinging early there, and Molina was an easy out. It's one of those types of swings where it's almost a broken batter. Got right in his kitchen, couldn't get any mustard on it, and there's one away, and that'll bring Edmundo Sosa up to the plate. He's 0 for 2. Fastball fired across the plate, 100 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Blake Trinan warms up in the Dodger bullpen. Here comes a sinker, 100 miles an hour. It's hit on and knocked over to the right side of the infield. Trey Turner's there. He fires over to first, and just like that, there's 2 away here in the Cardinal 6th inning. It's going to bring Harrison Bader to the plate. Harrison Bader, 16 home runs on the year. As he gets set, first pitch from Gratterall. Wainwright is on deck. So it looks like they might send Wainwright back out to the 6th inning after all. Here comes the slider, gets away from Gratterall, hits Bader in the bicep, and he's going to go down to first, hit by pitch. You got runner on first. Ball just got away from Gratterall. You can see the disgust in his face as he did not want to hit Bader. And could have been much worse for Bader as Gratterall brings it up around 100 miles an hour. That was an 87 mile an hour slider. Kind of glanced off the back of his arm, and Wainwright comes up to the plate. There's 1 on, 2 away. First pitch swinging, and it's harmlessly hit back to the pitcher. Gratterall's got it. He shovels it over to first. Beatty's got it, steps on the pillow, and just like that, the Dodgers are out of the inning. It's 1-1. St. Louis versus Los Angeles. Seager, Turner, and Turner are heading to the plate.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And and many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards.
Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
We are back live as Adam Wainwright is set to take the mound in a little bit of a surprise as he came up to the plate. So we'll see how long he might go for the night. We'll see what Schilt might have thoughts of him going even past the sixth inning. Normally in a playoff game, especially a do or die, in that situation, you would put the pinch hitter in. But that was not the case, and so we'll see how this goes, as it'll be Corey Seager coming up to the plate. And Adam Wainwright has gone 5 innings, 5 strikeouts, just 1 earned run. It was a hanging curveball that Justin Turner hit into the night. He is due up third in the inning. Seager gets set to dig in here. And the Dodgers and Cardinals tied at 1 apiece. Los Angeles Dodgers heavy favorites to repeat as National League pennant winners. Many have them going back to back and winning the World Series once again. This is step 1. Wainwright delivers on the first pitch in the bottom of the 6th, and it is a changeup popped up high and foul down the third base area. It's going to go about 4 rows back, and it's 0-1. Seager's 0 for 1 on the night, grounded into a double play. He is set to do battle here with Wainwright again. Wainwright, 5 strikeouts. 4 of the last 5 batters he's faced have gone down on strike. There's a curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Heavy dose of curveballs tonight from Wainwright. Has not hit the zone as much as he would like to, but he really likes to just set them up with those pitches and finish them off with the cutters. Here comes the cutter inside, and it's fouled back. It's 1-2. There is movement in the Cardinals bullpen. Looks like Garcia is up and throwing. Luis Garcia, the big righty, is just starting to get loose. And here comes the 1-2 pitch to Seager. And it is, here's the delivery. It's shot back up the middle to Sosa. Sosa standing over second. He gets it, fires it over to first, and it is out number 1. Nice place by Edmundo Sosa. As Seager hit into the shift, he shot it right back towards the pitcher's mound and over the second base bag, but Sosa was there and quickly gets the out. There's one away here, 87 pitches into the night for Wainwright, who's done an incredible job tonight. And here comes the first pitch of the at-bat to Trey Turner. It's a curveball, 67 miles an hour, darn near an eephus pitch. It's 1-0. Trey Turner 0 for 2 on the night. And here comes the 1-0 pitch to Turner, and curveball called for a strike right outside on the outer part of the corner zone, and it's 1-1. That curveball back up to 75 miles an hour. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, low and outside the zone. It's 2-1. First base umpire says he did not go around an offer. So it's 2-1. To Trey Turner. Justin Turner, who hit a home run earlier in the game, stands on deck. Sinker outside, 3-1. Wainwright trying to finish off this 6th inning. Here comes the 3-1 pitch, and sinker on the inside part of the plate, high in the zone, and it's 3-2. Trey Turner hitting 322 on the year, 18 home runs, 338 since coming over from Washington. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is fouled off, sinker off the plate, and we'll do it again at 3-2. The Cardinals are on the phone talking to the bullpen. Looks like Garcia is probably ready. He's just kind of slow tossing now. So any sign of trouble, you'd think they would go get him. The dangerous Justin Turner stands on deck. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Trey Turner, and fouled back 90 miles an hour up against the screen, and it's 3-2. Once again, we'll get it going here one more time. St. Louis 1, Dodgers 1, bottom of the 6th inning, 1 away. National League wildcard game. The winner heads to San Francisco for a 5-game series with the Giants beginning Friday night. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it is banged into the ground, and it is going to be a slow roller that Arenado just kind of picks up and puts in his pocket. Trey Turner, an infield single, nothing Arenado could do with that. It was almost like a swinging bunt. The ball was hit so lightly, and that'll put Trey Turner on first base with 1 away and Justin heading to the plate. This could be it for Wainwright. It looks like Schultz heading out to the mound. 95 pitches. Maybe they're not. They came to the top of the dugout steps, but they're going to leave him in. Yadier Molina will make a mound visit. And with his experience, it's almost like sending a coach out there to the mound. He's going to go out there and discuss with what happened with Justin the first time. It was a hanging curveball that was hammered into the Dodgers pen that tied this game up at 1 apiece. The dangerous Trey Turner stands on first base. Schilt will come out to the mound now. There is going to be a pitching change. After all that, Schilt heads out to the mound, and we'll get a pitching change. It's St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 1. Garcia is heading to the mound. You're listening to Cardinals baseball.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back. The St. Louis Cardinals and Los Angeles Dodgers are tied at 1 apiece. That'll close the night on Wainwright. He went 5 1/3 innings, 1 earned run. He is responsible for the runner on first base. 5 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed, and 2 walks. That brings Justin Turner up to the plate to face Luis Garcia. And Garcia, right-handed big man, rocks and fires 97 miles an hour in on the hands, and it's a strike. It's 0-1. Justin Turner, if you're just joining us, tied the game up in the bottom of the 4th inning with a solo shot. St. Louis scored their run in the top of the 1st on a wild pitch, and we sit here at 1 apiece in the bottom of the 6th. National League wildcard game. Sinker on the outside part of the plate, 98 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Cardinals and Dodgers fighting for the right to play the San Francisco Giants in the National League Divisional Series on Friday night. Here comes the 1-1 pitch just inside and high, and it's 2-1. On deck, Will Smith, and in the hole, A.J. Pollock. Dodgers are missing Max Muncy in the lineup. He's out with an injured elbow. A collision that took place on Sunday, the last game of the season. He's out indefinitely. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Garcia steps off and looks the runner back. We'll do it again at 2-1. Optimists hope that Muncy could be back as early as the NLCS or World Series timeframe. He may be done for the season. Remains to be seen. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it's high and outside the zone. It's 3-1. Justin Turner digging in on a 3-1 count from Garcia. Luis Garcia digs in, the hard-throwing right-hander, rocks and fires, and it's hit on a bullet to left field, sinker, but right at O'Neal. O'Neal grabs it, hurries it back into the infield. There's two away as Trey rushes back to first base. Hit it right on the screws, but it was an atom ball. I think he just missed grooving that pitch. If he gets that bat just a tad lower, and I'm talking about an inch, that ball's at least up against the wall. But as it sits, Garcia's 1 out away from getting out of this mess. Will Smith, the right-hander, 25 home runs on the year, 258 batting average. And he sets in. The first pitch, it's a sinker on the outside part of the plate. Hard sinker, 98 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Will Smith 0 for 2 on the night, but does have 25 home runs and 76 RBIs and 860 OPS to his credit in the 2021 season. Here's the 0-2 pitch and 0-1 pitch, excuse me, and it is called on the outside part of the black. It's 0-2. Sinker, 99 miles an hour. Might have been a tad outside the zone, but West gave him the wide strike. So here we go. Garcia gets the call from Molina. He turns and fires back over to first to keep Turner close, and Trey goes flying back into first. He's safe. We'll do it again here. An 0-2 pitch to Will Smith. 2 away, bottom of the 6th inning. And it's in the dirt. Slider not swung on, so we'll get a 1-2 count here to Will Smith. 2 away. A.J. Pollock stands on deck. Good defensive play by Yanni Molina to keep Trey at bay at first, keep him out of the scoring position. With his speed, anything in the gap would be a run. And here comes a 1-2 pitch slider and wide outside the zone. It's 2-2. Garcia starting to nibble now. Was very aggressive early in the at-bat, getting ahead and trying to get Smith to swing. Has now built it to a 2-2 count. Here comes another slider wide and outside the zone. It's 3-2. Runner on first. 2 away. The 3-2 pitch. Crowd is on their feet in Los Angeles. Sinker, sinker, slider, slider, slider. Will he go back to the sinker to finish him off, or back to the slider? And it's a slider in the dirt, and it's ball 4. Makes you wonder why they went away from that sinker. Had so much success with it the first 2 pitches, and then went nothing but slider the last 4 balls in a row. None of them really close at all. And you're going to get runners on first, runner on second. There's 2 away. So anything hit in the outfield is going to be a run with Trey Turner's speed. Will Smith with decent speed of his own. He may score on a double with 2 away, as they'll be running at the crack of the bat. Here's the first pitch to Pollock, and slider swung on and missing in the dirt. It's 0-1. Much better slider, got much more of the plate. It was out of the zone by the time it arrived, but the previous 4 sliders that were thrown to Smith weren't even in the neighborhood. See where he goes here. He's now thrown 5 sliders in a row. Runners on first and second, 2 out. A.J. Pollock steps out of the box for a second to reset. The Dodgers ranked 4th in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And the delivery, sinker way outside and in the dirt. It's 1-1. Matt Beattie is on deck with Bellinger in the hole. Good St. Louis outfield, defensive outfield, O'Neill, Bader, and Carlson sit and wait. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Garcia. He gets the signal. And he rocks and fires. It's a sinker way outside the zone again, and it's ball 2. Ever since getting ahead 0-2 on Smith and going to that slider, he has not been able to find the zone even with the sinker. Garcia has not thrown a ball in the zone in 7 pitches now. So here comes the 2-1 pitch to Pollock, 21 home runs on the year. 297 average, 69 RBIs, 892 OPS. Garcia steps off for a second, readjusts his hat. The Cardinals are back on the horn, talking to the bullpen. Doesn't look like much of anything is going on in that bullpen. So if something gets away here, it could get ugly. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and barely made contact. It's up the first base line. Garcia's on it, fires it down to first just in time. He gets Pollock by about a half step, and that's barely going to get St. Louis out of the inning. We head to the top of the 7th, a tie ball game in the National League Wild Card Series. Wild Card game. It's 1-1. We'll be back in just a flash.
You play to win the game.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. We're only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed.
Welcome back here to the National League Wild Card game, winner take all, one and done. Do or die, however you want to say it. We've got an exciting ball game here. We're heading to the top of the 7th inning, and it's a tie ball game. 1-1, St. Louis and Los Angeles. And the top of the order for the Cardinals is due up. Is Blake Treinen's going to come in? Chris Taylor, by the way, comes in for a defensive substitution. Chris Taylor will take Bruce Gatterall's spot in the lineup and play left field. And that will take A.J. Pollock out of the game as he was the last out. It's a little bit of National League Baseball, a little chess, as opposed to the checkers that's played over in the AL. So here we go. As first pitch to Tommy Edman, who's 2 for 3 on the night, facing Treinen, the hard-throwing righty, and it's sinker outside, and it's 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Cutter, banged foul, and it's quickly 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Edman. Treinen digs in, fires, and up out of the zone, but Edman swings at it, and it's a strikeout. And there's one away here in the top of the 7th. He went up the ladder 98 miles an hour, and Tommy chased it. That'll bring Goldschmidt to the plate. Goldschmidt's 1 for 1, 2 walks, a single. Here comes the first pitch to Goldschmidt, and it's low and outside the zone. It's 1-0. O'Neill is on deck, and if anyone gets on, Nolan Arenado. The Dodgers are in the shift on the left-hand side of the infield. And here's the delivery. It's a called strike, high sinker, and it's 1-1. May have been a little high, but it was one of those 50-50 balls, and Joe West gave him the benefit of the doubt. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's low and outside the zone. It's 2-1. Looked like a slider. Goldschmidt trying to get on to get something going here in the top of the 7th inning. We've got a tie ball game. St. Louis 1, Los Angeles 1. Dodgers and Cardinals fighting for the right to play the Giants. And here comes the 2-1 pitch, and it's wide and in the dirt outside the zone, and it's 3-1. O'Neill, who's 0 for 3, stands on deck. Here's the 3-1 count. The delivery. Smith sets up inside, and it is a swing and a miss. Sinker. 3-2. Inside the zone, but Goldschmidt could not get the barrel around on it. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. And swung on and hit into the dirt over to short. And it's easily corralled by Seager. Seager fires it over to first, and there's 2 away. Goldschmidt out by about 2 lengths. And that'll bring Tyler O'Neill to the plate, 0 for 3, but 34 home runs on the year. Can he get something going here? It's 1-1, Dodgers and Cardinals. Top of the 7th inning, 2 away in the Cardinals 7th. And here's the first pitch. It's wide and outside the zone. Ball gets away from Smith, goes to the backstop, and it's 1-0. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And fastball 97 miles an hour, high and up outside the zone. And it's 2-0. O'Neill trying to get on and get something going here. Arenado stands on deck. Here comes the 2-0 pitch and slider right across the zone. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the way outside the zone and at the shoe tops. It's 3-1. The dangerous Nolan Arenado stands on deck. 3-1 delivery to O'Neill. Open stance. He gets set for the delivery. It's high and outside the zone. That's ball number 4. And O'Neill will jog down to first base, take his armor off, and get set. As there's 1 on, 2 away, and Arenado coming up to the plate. Looks like Treinen will stay in the game to face Arenado. Righty versus righty. A bit of a delay as Treinen's asking for a new ball. So far, Arenado's come up short tonight. He's 0 for 3, 2 fielders' choices. And here comes the first pitch from Treinen. So he sets up and he fires back over to first base. Keep O'Neill honest, and we'll set it up again. One, top of the 7th inning. Treinen fires back over to first to no avail, and see if he gets ready to deliver this time. Arenado walking in and out of the box, gets set. So on this date in 1824, here comes the first pitch, and it's outside the zone. It's 1-0. Henry Chadwick was born. Henry Chadwick, born on this date in 1824. If you don't know the name, he was the pioneer, the original pioneer of American baseball. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider called across the plate right about belt high, and it's 1-1. Chadwick was the first to actually write a rule book. Almost 200 years ago today. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, sinker fouled into the plate, and O'Neill was running, had second stolen easily. Arenado probably should have laid off that pitch, but now you got a 1-2 count. You can only defend what you got. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Dodger fans are on their feet. He digs in. 1-2 count to Arenado. O'Neill on first and fouled back slider, 87 miles an hour right on the hands, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Just missed getting around on that. Arenado could have sent that into left field. But here we go. 1-2 pitch. Ball is in the dirt and quickly corralled by Smith. O'Neill was moving on the pitch, and he'll steal second with ease. So you got a runner on second, 2 away. And now a 2-2 count. Runner in scoring position for Arenado. Can he get him home? Arenado coming over from the big trade from Colorado for moments like this. Here we go on the 2-2 delivery from Trinan to Arenado, who's 0 for 3 on the night. And sinker hit back, foul against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. Big moment in this game. St. Louis trying to sneak across a run. In a tie ball game, Cardinals won, Dodgers won, top of the 7th. Trinan digs in. Here's the delivery, and Arenado pops it up high and on the right side of the infield, and Beatty's got it in foul territory, but he's underneath it to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 7th, a tie ball game in Los Angeles. Cardinals won and Dodgers won.
God would never let me be successful. He'll kill me first. He'll never let me be happy.
I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do for the bad things.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey Scott, 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott. Lindsey Scott.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz. Quick flip. Caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh, boy, is that going to be controversial. Gaffney, the freshman. My goodness.
If he had it, he didn't have it very long, that's for sure.
And this one's in the history books. And inexplicably, the Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
SEC! SEC!
Armchair.
1-1 pitch. A long drive to right. Ramirez turns to the track. She's gone. Day of justice. All is forgiven in Atlanta.
Bob, it's okay to talk the talk if you can walk the walk.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s holds its world championship.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to St. Louis Cardinals baseball, tied with the Dodgers at 1 apiece. And it'll be Matt Beatty heading to the plate when we resume action. And Luis Garcia will stay in the game. A little bit of a surprise as he struggled to get out of the last inning. But it looks like it will be Garcia back out there on the mound, as you've got Beatty, Bellinger, and Taylor due up. Here's the first pitch from Garcia facing the left-handed Beatty, and it is a called strike, sinker, 96 miles an hour, right there on the belt, inside, and it's 0-1. So you're going to get a righty-lefty matchup here. The first 2 at bats. And here's a splitter swung on and miss, and it's 0-2. There is a lefty getting warm in the Cardinals bullpen. It's TJ McFarland. Guess Schultz is trying to see how much he can get out of Garcia. And here comes the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on and grounded over to the right side of the infield. Edman is on it. He'll gun him down at first base, and there's one away. Sending Cody Bellinger to the plate. Cody Bellinger, we all know, has had some great heroics, has had a bit of a tough year at a 165 batting average and 10 home runs, but as a dangerous hitter. He knows October all too well. They are playing him to pull. Sosa, Edman, and Goldschmidt are right of the second base bag, and here's the first pitch. It is a called strike sinker at the knees, and it's 0-1. This would be a big boost from the Cardinals if they could get another inning out of Garcia. Is this game, runs have been in a premium. We don't know how long we'll be here tonight. And here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, foul tipped, and it's 0-2. 98 miles an hour in and out of Yachty's glove. Dodgers look like they're starting to stir a little bit in the bullpen, but not quite got anyone going yet. We'll see if how they'll approach the bottom of the seventh. And here comes the 0-2 pitch, swung on and hammered into right field for a single right in front of Carlson's feet. And the Dodgers have a runner on first, one away. It was a splitter that just did not split. And Bellinger got enough of it, enough top spin to drop it in front of Carlson. So he was unable to come up to it. So 1 on, 1 out. Bellinger, a good base runner, and the feisty Chris Taylor with so much postseason experience comes up, and they will keep Garcia in the game. Here comes the first pitch, and it swung on and hit high can of corn over to Goldschmidt, a big league pop fly, and it's quickly out number 2. As it got in right in on the hands. Garcia is 1 out away from getting out of this mess. 99 miles an hour. Here comes Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts already 2 for 3 on the night with 2 singles. Looking to get something going here. Here comes the first pitch to Mookie, and it is 99 on the inside part of the black. It's 0-1. Mookie wanted nothing to do with that pitch. Can't blame him. There wouldn't be a whole lot he could do with that. You're just joining us. St. Louis won. Dodgers won. Bottom of the 7th, 2 away. Cardinals trying to get out of a jam. Garcia fires and delivers, and it is 99 miles an hour above the letters, and it's 1-1. Garcia really starting to loosen up that arm, flirting with triple digits. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball low and outside the zone. Bellinger's going to steal second base. Yachty fired it down there and just barely got underneath the tag. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he gets underneath that tag if that ball isn't so far out of the zone. Yachty had to backhand it, go against the momentum, and then fire it down to first. So there was a 1-hop skip. Great slide by Bellinger as he anchored himself into, now his foot came off the bag as he came across the bag. We know how they call that. Did the tag stay on there? It doesn't look like Schilt is going to challenge it. So maybe not enough of a replay there, enough video to be able to see. But it looked like Bellinger came off the bag. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and he fires it outside the zone, but Mookie offered at it. Joe West calls it a strike, and it's 2-2. Mookie were to get on it, would be Corey Seager up next. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Garcia. He rocks and fires. It's a slider popped up high into shallow center field. Bader's underneath it. That's out number 3. We head to the top of the 8th inning in a tie ball game. Carlson, Molina, and Sosa are due up.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back to the St. Louis Cardinals. Baseball. Cardinals tied with the Dodgers. 1-1 going to the top of the 8th. It's time to get some runs. It's getting late early here as the Dodgers are the home team. So the last thing you want to do is take this late into the innings because one swing could end the game. And of course, in the playoffs, there is no runner on second extra innings rule. So here comes Trinan back out onto the mound. And he fires the first pitch. Cutter high in the zone, but they'll call it a strike. It's 0-1. Dylan Carlson deals in the switch hitting power hitter from the left side of the plate here. He swings and misses. At the second offering, it's 0-2. Cutter about 93 miles an hour just under his hands. So here comes the 0-2 pitch from Trinan. One of the Dodgers' very best out of their bullpen. He throws a slider in the dirt and at his ankles, and it's 1-2. Carlson does have 18 home runs on the year, 780 OPS. Dodgers have kept the Cardinals bats at bay so far. Here's the 1-2 pitch, cutter inside, and it's 2-2. Yadier Molina stands on deck. And here's the 2-2 pitch. And swung on and fouled back up against the backstop, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Dylan Carlson trying to find any way to get on to get something going here. Top of the 8th inning. It's 1-1. Cardinals and Dodgers in the National League wild card game. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and Carlson hits it the other way against the shift. He'll find its way into left field. Way to get on, Carlson, as you got a leadoff single, 1 on, nobody out, and Yadier Molina coming up to the plate. He basically just hit them where they ain't. Didn't hit it very hard, but it'll look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow morning. How long will Dave Roberts go? Nebel and Vesia are both warming up in the bullpen. Two of his big high leverage guys. Here comes the first pitch, 96 miles an hour, fouled back by Molina. He lost his balance, fouled back up against the screen. Molina falls to one knee. Looks like his left foot just slipped out from under him. Looks like he's okay. He digs in again. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Molina, and it's a slider outside the zone. It's 1-2. 1-1, excuse me. Cardinals won. Dodgers won. Top of the 8th inning. Yadier Molina. So many October moments in his career. Can he dial it up one more time? Here's the 1-1 pitch from Trina, and it is swung on and missed outside the zone and in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Dylan Carlson on first. Yachty trying to find a way to move him over to get him into scoring position. You've got Sosa and Bader on deck and in the hole. Treenan fires back over to first base. Pickoff attempt. Try to keep Carlson close to the bag. Here comes the one-two pitch. There's a bit of a delay as it looks like Joe West is asking for a new ball, so we'll get that straightened out. It's 1-2 is the count. 1 on, nobody out. Yadier Molina digs in. Throw back over to first. We'll try this out one more time. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And swung on and hit into left field. Not very deep. And underneath it is Taylor. And there's going to be one away. Fly ball. It was a shallow fly ball. Had a little zip on it, but just did not get very far. So the runner stays at first. Carlson to be on first. There's one away. And that should bring Sosa to the plate. Will they pinch hit for Sosa? Sosa more known for his glove. If you take him out, though he has had a couple of missteps in the field tonight, there is a drop-off on the defense. They're saying the play is going to be under review. and they're checking to see if when Carlson went over to second and came back, if he touched second base. It looks like he did. It looks like his left foot pushed off of second base, but they are reviewing it, and Joe West is under the headset, so you never know what he's going to say. So hold on here, as this could be a get ready for a terrible call. Challenging whether or not he touched the base. It looked like he touched the base. It looked like his left foot pushed off and grazed the base. There definitely isn't enough there to overturn. Be an absolute disaster by New York for them to overturn this, but we've seen much worse calls. So three umpires got the headsets on and they're waiting for the review. We wait with them. Get you caught up to speed as we wait for a call. They're still under the headsets. Justin Fields has been named the Chicago Bears starting quarterback going forward in the National Football League. And Will Fuller was put on the IR for the Miami Dolphins because of a broken finger. If you missed it earlier, Jace Tingler was fired by the San Diego Padres, and David Ross is in the middle of extensions talks with the Cubs. So they're showing the replay and they're showing him double touch the bag. The thing is, the replay is showing it zooms out, and they are going to call him safe. You were going to need like a microscope and a miner's flashlight to be able to see whether or not his foot touched the bag or not. It may not have, but it's so close and the camera's not nowhere near that. They don't have a camera set up right there. There was no way that was going to get overturned. So we're back to the action. Edmundo Sosa will come up to bat. A little bit of a shocker. They do have DeYoung on the bench who can play short, but they'll keep his glove in there. And with one on, one out, Sosa, who is set to hit, he comes up and the first pitch is swung on and it is a line drive into left field, and Chris Taylor makes a great shoestrings catch, and they're quickly 2 away. Very good play by Chris Taylor. He had to come to his knees. It's a bit of an awkward catch, but he comes in and the substitution pays off. That's going to send us to the bullpen as Treenan's coming out. So we'll take the break with him. Corey Nebel's heading in to face Harrison Bader. It's a tie game, top of the 8th inning, 2 away. We'll be back in a flash. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Welcome back to the game, and Corey Nebel's going to be the reliever coming in. Harrison Bader will stay in the game. They don't want to lose his glove. You got 2 on, 1 out, and McKinney will come in and play first. So here comes the first offering. And it is a 4-seam fastball outside the zone. It's 1-0. Harrison Bader trying to get his first hit of the night. Runner on first, 2 away, top of the 8th, tie ball game, and fastball swung on and miss. And it's 1-1. 97 miles an hour at the letters and in his kitchen. Corey Nebel, of course, used to be the closer for the Brewers. Has battled some injuries over the years, but when he's on, and he's been on, he is one tough customer, one of the best in the game. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Delivery to Bader, and fastball, 98 miles an hour at the letters, and it's 1-2. Nebel firing bullets, 97, 97, 98. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Runner on first, 2 away. And he fires back over to first. Keep him close. We'll do it again. 1-2. Nebel looks in and gets the sign from Smith. Bader bangs his bat on the plate. He's ready. Smith's ready. Here comes the delivery. And Nebel throws it back over to first again. Carlson's in there with ease, and it's 1-2. Bader trying any way to move that runner along. The pitcher spot is up next. Cardinals have a number of bats they can pick from. Here's the 1-2 pitch, fastball high and outside the zone. It's 2-2. Matt Carpenter still has not been used. Maybe a big spot there to put him in. Couple of other lefties you've got on the bench could go to Nootbaar. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Nebel steps off, so we'll start it up again. Deuces are wild. 2-2, 2 outs. Here's the delivery by Nebel. And fastball inside his kitchen. swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. Bader just trying to find a way to move that runner along in a tie ball game. Winner take all scenario. There is no tomorrow for the loser, so it will be Lars Nootbaar. If he gets on, he is on deck with a bat in his hand. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate, swung back and fouled back. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Bader does have 16 home runs on the year. Neville digs in, gets the sign from Smith. 2-2 count. Carlson leads off. Standing room only in Los Angeles. 2-2 pitch, and it is knuckle curve high and just outside the zone. Bit of a surprise because Wes has had such a wide strike zone. It was a ball, but it was one of those that had he called it a strike, it was one of those too close to take. It'll be 3-2. So that'll have the runner shooting out like a cannon at first. Anything in the gap would score him. So we'll get a 3-2 count on Harrison Bader. His 267 average, 16 home runs, 50 RBI, top of the 8th inning, 1 on, 2 away in a tie game. And here's the pitch. As Neville now set. And knuckle curve swung on and missed outside the zone. Bader chased it, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. We've got a tie ball game in Los Angeles. Cardinals 1, Dodgers 1.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Uno Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to the action. As St. Louis and Los Angeles tied 1 apiece, heading to the bottom of the 8th inning in a winner-take-all scenario. The winner of this game heads to San Francisco for the NLDS. It'll be a best of 5 series beginning Friday night, 9:07 first pitch Eastern time. You've got a doubleheader of American League action tomorrow. White Sox and Astros, 4:07 p.m. Eastern. And at 8 o'clock Eastern, it's the Rays and the Red Sox. Friday, we will be back here on the air as we will bring you Braves Brewers, 4:37 Eastern. Stay tuned for other games that we will bring to you as we're trying to get that schedule set. Here comes the first pitch, and we got a new pitcher in. It's Gallegos, and he comes in firing a curveball slider, a slurve, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1 to Corey Seager. It's righty versus lefty. Giovanni been one of the best out of the pen for the Cardinals down the stretch here. And Giovanni fires another slider in the dirt, and it's swung on and missed. It's 0-2. All hands on deck for both bullpens. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on there. Giovanni has been St. Louis's closer down the stretch, and they figure this is the best place to put him in. Is this the heart of the order? Fastball swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Cardinals have a lot of lefties in their pen that they can go to. McFarland, Miller. They do have Jack Flaherty as well. Dakota Hudson, some righties, Alex Reyes, Mikolas. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-2. Garcia and Wainwright, and now Giovanni Gallegos are the only ones to have come out of the Cardinals pen so far. So if this goes into extras and late into extras, they've got many bullets to use. There's a slider in the dirt, swung on and missed over the top, and it is out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Dodgers have used Nabel and Joe Kelly and Trinan already in their pen, with still many to choose from, but not as many pitchers as the Cardinals, though some of the pitchers that the Cardinals would have to use would be in only a dire situation. It's guys like Kim who have struggled down the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Trey Turner, and it is fouled down the left field line, and it's 0-1 to Trey Turner. He's 1 for 3 on the night. Trey Turner's having some kind of a discussion with Joe West. It's kind of holding up the action. Not sure what it was, but he's back into the saddle again, ready for the 0-1 pitch from Giovanni. Giovanni set to deliver. He rocks and fires, and it is roped into left field. Looked like a slider that didn't slide, and Tyler O'Neill bobbled the ball a little bit. Turner looked like he might try to make the turn from first, but he'll stay put. So you got Turner on first. Justin Turner coming up to the plate. There's one away, and the Dodgers have something brewing here in the bottom of the 8th. O'Neill got in front of it. Picture perfect defense. The ball just kind of jumped up out of his glove, but he was on it quickly. So much to do about nothing with the dangerous Justin Turner's up 1 for 3 with a solo shot. The one run the Dodgers have pushed across, and he's back up to the plate looking for more. Here's the first pitch on the delivery from Gallegos. He steps off the rubber to look Trey back, and Justin steps out of the box. We'll start this up again. Not quite a pickoff move, just kind of a step back and a look over the shoulder. As we all know, Trey can run the bases and he can book. You got to keep an eye on him. And here comes the pickoff attempt over to Goldschmidt. He gets it, doesn't even try to apply the tag as Trey's back in there very easily. And since coming over from just the beginning of August, Trey's got 11 stolen bases. It's very active on the base paths. One of the more active, 32 on the year, one of the more active all around 5-tool athletes in Major League Baseball. Here's the first pitch, 94 miles an hour at the knees and across the zone. It's 0-1. Turner looked like he was sitting on something off speed, so he just kind of spit on it and is waiting for something else. We await the 0-1 pitch. Gallegos looking over his shoulder as Turner's got a bit of a lead. Kind of looks like he's leaning, and here's a fire back over to first. Turner back in time. We'll do it again at 0-1. Trey Turner represents the go-ahead run with 1 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning, and here's the delivery, and it is a fastball down and inside the zone, swung on and missed by Justin, and it's 0-2. Justin with 27 home runs on the year, and make it 28 if you add the one from earlier tonight. Solo shot in the 4th inning to tie the game up. Edmonds scored on a wild pitch in the 1st inning. That's it. That's the scoring. That's all we've had tonight. So we sit here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 0-2 pitch to Justin. And it is a slider way outside the zone in the dirt. Yachty's in front of it. Trey will stay at first. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Will Smith is on deck with the pitcher spot in the hole. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as Giovanni goes to get the sign from Yachty. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Gallegos steps off the rubber again to look back the runner. We'll get set again. Here we go on a 1-2 pitch from Giovanni Gallegos. 3.02 ERA, trying to keep this game tied at 1 apiece. And he fires. It's a slider in the dirt, swung on and over and missed. It's strike number 3. Justin heads back to the dugout. Trey sits on first. And there's 2 away. Good pitch by Giovanni Gallegos. The bottom just dropped out of it. Justin just could not lay off of it. Was about mid-motion and tried to make some kind of contact but the ball missed the plate, probably skipped about 2 or 3 inches in front of the plate, and that's 2 away. And that'll bring up Will Smith, who is 0 for 2 on the night, but 25 home runs on the year. We get set here, and Gallegos fires back over to first. One on, 2 out, but the speedy Trey Turner is on first base. So anything in the gap would be a run. Anything down the lines would be a run. Will Smith 0 for 2 with the walk. Here's the delivery, and fastball shot up, and it is stabbed. What a great leaping catch by Paul DeYoung, who came in, and that'll do it. We head to the top of the 9th inning. DeYoung over there by his lonesome. The St. Louis Cardinals and the LA Dodgers are tied at 1 apiece, top of the 9th in the National League wild card game.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Catch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bat.
Gets through Buckner. Here comes 9, and the Mets win it. This is
Armchair.
Fly ball.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. He's in front of the plate. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back to the action. As we've got ourselves, what do they call them? An instant classic. It's 1-1 heading to the top of the 9th inning. And the Dodgers and Cardinals are fighting for a winner-take-all scenario. The winner of this game heads to San Francisco. And they'll have a 5-game series of the National League Division Series, but you got to get there first. And we're going to start off here in the top of the 9th inning as Kenley Jansen will step onto the mound and from the Dodgers bullpen. 38 saves on the year. No scenario now where the Dodgers would be in save mode, so they'll put him here in the 9th. He's got a 2.22 ERA. Struggled mightily at the beginning of the year, but has pitched very well in the second half of the season. And the first pitch is swung on and missed by Paul DeYoung, and it's 0-1. Kenley Jansen, of course, a lot of big saves, a lot of big wins, a lot of big innings in his career in the postseason. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Jansen, fired on and swung on and missed. It's 0-2. DeYoung comes in the game. He's going to take the place of Sosa. It made an outstanding defensive play. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, slider, banged in the dirt, foul, and it's 0-2 once again. To end the bottom of the 8th inning, DeYoung much more known for his power, but he's had a down year across the board. Hitting 197, does have 19 home runs. Here's the 0-2 pitch by Jansen, and it is cutter high and outside the zone. Smith had to jump up a little bit, and it's 1-2. Edman is on deck with Goldschmidt in the hole. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Jansen. He rocks and fires, and it's a sinker outside the zone, but swung on and missed. And that's strike 3, setting DeYoung down. Tommy Edman, the switch hitter, will come up to the plate. He's 2 for 4 on the night. Trying any way to get on. He does have 11 home runs on the year. He digs in. Jansen winds up. A little bit of a hesitation delivery, fires and cocks it, cutter, and it's slapped into right field and takes a funny hop, but Mookie Betts is able to grab it on the hop barehanded with his right hand going across his body. Could have been a disaster for Los Angeles. Edman stands on first with the 1-out single. It's kind of a weird hop that kind of went almost like a cue shot when it hit the ground. It shot off to the left. So a great play by Mookie Betts to prevent the ball from getting away from him. He was running to his left. The ball dropped in front of him, then shot towards his right, and he grabbed it with his bare hand. That'll bring Paul Goldschmidt to the plate. 1 on, 1 out. Edman dives back into first as Jansen throws the pickoff move over there. We get this thing going. Top of the 9th, 1-1 game. The Cardinals have not scored since the top of the 1st inning off a wild pitch. The Dodgers have not scored since the bottom of the 4th inning on a solo jack by Justin Turner, a hanging curveball. We sit here in the top of the 9th. Tommy Edman on first, 30 stolen bases on the year. Here's the first pitch to Goldschmidt. It's fired across the plate for a called first strike, 93 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Goldschmidt trying to find a way to get Edman around home in a 1-1 game. There is no tomorrow for the loser. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed, and Edmonds runs down to second. He steals second just under the tag as the throw was up the line a little bit. Turner tried to apply the tag, a backward swipe, but to no avail, and Tommy Edman steals second. Great stolen base, beats it by a long shot. And the Cardinals got something cooking, a runner in scoring position in a tie game in the 9th inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Goldschmidt. He digs in. Got to get that runner home. Here's the 0-2 delivery from Jansen. Slider, called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. No argument from Goldschmidt. It was a wide strike, but it was probably a strike. Definitely one you can't take, and he could not get the bat off his shoulders. Jansen hit the black there, and there's 2 away. And that'll bring O'Neill to the deck. O'Neill to the plate, excuse me. Arenado is on deck. O'Neill has done little or nothing so far. 0 for 3 on the night. Can he get the run home? They are playing him on a shift. Anything he hits to the right side is probably a single, and any single to the outfield would probably score a run. Here's the first pitch, and it's a cutter inside, 93 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Here we go on the 1-0 pitch from Kenley Jensen. Kenley 2.22 ERA on the year. 2 strikeouts so far in this appearance. O'Neill digs in, waits for the delivery. Jensen fires a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 2-0. Arenado waits on deck. The Cardinals are 0 for 10 tonight with runners in scoring position. That's just not going to get it done in the postseason. Here's the 2-0 delivery from Jansen. And cutter swung on and missed across the plate. 94 miles an hour, and it's 2-1. Any kind of a knock to the right side of the infield is probably going to shoot its way through the infield and would score Edman. O'Neill 0 for 3 on the night. Here's the 2-1 delivery, high and outside the zone. It's 3-1. Tyler O'Neill trying to find any way to get him home. It's Edmonds leads off on second. Here comes the 3-1 pitch from Jansen. Does his little shake. Here's the delivery, and looked like it was outside, but Joe West will call it a strike. It's now 3-2 as the Dodger faithful stand on alert. Might have nipped the corner. Definitely a pitcher's pitch, one that O'Neill could not offer at. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. Jansen rocks and fires and foul down the right field line. Is it going to stay fair? No, just foul. Just foul. He knocked it down the right field line, maybe 2 to 3 feet foul as Mookie Betts gave chase. That finds a way in. The run would definitely score. The ball went out of play. It would have been a ground rule double. About 2 feet right of it. So here we go with the 3-2 count once again. Smith is going to take a visit out to the mound. and talk to Jansen, as Jansen and him are going to get on the same page. Arenado is on deck. Runner on second. Trying to find a way to get the ball in play. Cardinal dugout hung over the railing. Wainwright barking at him. Here's the 3-2 delivery after the shimmy and swung on and missed. Strike three. Jansen punches out O'Neill, and we head to the bottom of the ninth inning with the game on the line. It's tied 1-1. You're listening to Cardinal Baseball.
Eric, work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy fun time. Or skippity-doo.
What do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but
Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special teams, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love. Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill. Bill.
Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Treson comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Welcome back here to the game, as we've got one heck of a doozy lined up here. The game's tied 1-1. We're heading to the bottom of the ninth inning. The Dodgers will send Gavin Lux, McKinney, and Bellinger to the plate. It looks like Gallegos might be coming back out, but we'll wait to see if that is the case. This is a winner take all for the right to get into the National League Division Series. The winner will head to San Francisco to take on the Giants and the best team or the best record in baseball, but the Dodgers were just one game behind. Cardinals trying to pull off a major upset, but one swing of the bat could end it all. So TJ McFarland is going to come into the game. And he will get the rub down by the umpire as he enters the game. The big lefty will come in, and Gavin Lux was supposed to come up to bat, but the Dodgers have now burned that bat because originally, we're going to stick here with you. Originally, the Cardinals basically pulled a bluff. The Cardinals sent Gallegos back out to the mound. So Roberts was trying to set up righty versus lefty. It's now going to be TJ McFarland, and they will send Lux back to the bench. And assuming that Lux was actually announced, and it looks like that he was, that is a burned bat for the Cardinals, for the Dodgers, excuse me. So it looks like Albert Pujols is going to come out on deck. Wouldn't this be a story? Albert Pujols is coming out on deck, taking some warm-up swings. And if he were the one to end the Cardinals' night, oh my word, would that end up in St. Louis lore? He's going to have to deal with the hard-throwing TJ McFarland. Of course, Albert Pujols spent years with the St. Louis Cardinals before he left to go to the Los Angeles Angels earlier in the season. Got into a big of a tiff with the Angels organization, was released, signed with the Dodgers, and McFarland will come in the game 4-1 with a 2.56 ERA, and he's going to face Albert Pujols. They have faced each other 4 times before. Pujols is 0 for 4. If this doesn't set up like a storybook Hollywood ending, nothing does. Albert Pujols is going to dig in. And McFarland. Here comes the pitch. And it is a changeup. And he's going to be called for a ball. Molina stood up and kind of paused before he threw it back over to McFarland. Could not believe it, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a changeup, missed low and away, and it's 2-0. McFarland quickly in trouble. Here comes the 2-0 delivery to Pujols, and it's outside. It's 3-0. Pujols trying to find a way to get on. Dodgers would most likely pinch run for him. And here comes the delivery, and Pujols swings and hits it high into center field deep, but Bader's got it at the track, snags it for out number 1. Pujols swinging on 3-0. Looked like that he might have swung at ball 4 possibly. He was trying to end it. And there's a sigh of relief by Cardinal fans everywhere. It's all they could think of is if that's the guy that ends our season, really gave it a ride. So that's going to take Pujols and Lux off the books. See what they do if there is a top of the 10th inning. Here comes the first pitch delivery. Steven Souza Jr., he's off the bench, and it's 0-1. Dave Roberts is unloading his gun with all the bullets here in the 9th. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and it's outside for 1-1. Julio Urias is warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Looks like he will be taking the mound in the top of the 10th if there is one. Here comes the 1-1 delivery. Sinker fouled back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Looks like that the Dodgers only have maybe 1 or 2 guys on the bench left. Here's the 1-2 delivery to Souza, and he fouls it back 90 miles an hour. We'll do it again at 1-2. Alex Reyes is warming up in the Cardinals bullpen. Once the closer for St. Louis struggled midway through the year with putting runners on base with base on balls. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Change up outside the zone, and it's 2-2. So it was taken out of the closer's role. It's pitched better since then, but you do always worry about a pitcher who has struggled with base on balls late in the game like this. And here's the 2-2 pitch at the ankles, and it's 3-2. Unbelievable game so far if you're just joining us. Cardinals score 1 in the top of the first on a wild pitch. The Dodgers hit a solo shot by Justin Turner in the fourth. Here's the 3-2 pitch. It swung on and fouled back. It will do it again. Full count at 3-2. Those are the only 2 runs of the game so far. It's 1-1. Cardinals and Dodgers. Bottom of the 9th inning. 1 on. TJ McFarland coming on to begin this inning, trying to navigate his way through this inning to send it to the 10th inning. McFarland's going to step off for a second. And so we'll start it up again here. Molina's running out to the mound to talk to McFarland, make sure they're on the same page. Can ill afford to make a mistake through communication at this point. So the veteran Molina making sure that they are on the same page. Everyone on their feet. It's white knuckle time here in Los Angeles. Cardinals, Dodgers, 1-1, bottom of the 9th. Winner take all. Loser goes home. 3-2 pitch swung on and hit deep into center field. Bader looks like he's on it. He'll catch it in front of the track, and there's 2 away. That is going to bring up Cody Bellinger to the plate. Dodgers will have that lefty-lefty matchup that they were trying to avoid. So it'll be Bellinger, who has struggled mightily this year, but we know he can come through in October. He did in a big way last year as the Dodgers went on to win the World Championship. Here's the first offering to Bellinger, swung on and fouled back as he had a violent swing, and it's 0-1. Bellinger looking to try to end this game and send the Dodgers to San Francisco Friday night. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oh, 1 delivery, and it's inside for ball 1. Looked like a sinker. If Bellinger reaches, Chris Taylor is on deck with Mookie Betts in the hole. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is in the dirt, changeup, and it's 2-1. Cardinals do not want to see Mookie Betts this inning, or Chris Taylor for that matter, who's had some big hits in his career. The lefty-righty matchup. Would they go back to the pen? Everyone on their feet. 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. It's strike 2. 2-2. And what a nice pitch. It was a sinker that sunk right out of the zone, just disappeared underneath Bellinger's bat. A nasty pitch. May have been a ball, but looked right for the taking. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it misses inside. It's ball 3. Another sinker, but inside and wide. Here's the 3-2 delivery to Bellinger, and it's low and inside. Ball 4. Bellinger will head down to first base. What a game. Here in Los Angeles, the Cardinals, the Dodgers, 1-1. Schultz is heading out to the mound, so we could be looking for a pitching change. It's typically when he comes out to the mound, it is a change. And that will be it for TJ McFarland. We'll take a break with him. Alex Reyes comes in, the hard-throwing righty with control problems. Here we go. We'll be back in a flash.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her?
Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back to the game as we are in a nail biter now. The Cardinals, Dodgers, 1-1. Bottom of the ninth inning. In a win-or-go-home mode. Runner on first is Bellinger. Walked. That sends Alex Reyes to the mound. And he will be facing the right-handed hitting Chris Taylor, who is 0 for 1 with the pop out, but has a 254 average, 20 home runs, 73 RBIs, and has been a big-time hitter in October. Here comes the first pitch from Reyes. He steps off the rubber, chases Bellinger back to first. 2 away. And here's the first pitch from Reyes. High leverage situation for Reyes. Throws a slider on the outside part of the plate. Swung on and missed. Out of the zone, and it's 0-1. Reyes has had control issues. Can he get out of this jam? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's slider inside and low. It's ball one. 1-1 the count. Bellinger on first. We got a 1-1 game. A 1-1 count. 1 on. And here's the pitch from Reyes, and it is wide and in the dirt. Bellinger's going, and he's going to get to second with no throw. A terrible pitch, ball in the dirt. And it's 2-1. Just absolute terrible delivery. Molina came up ready to fire, but quickly knew he had no shot of getting Bellinger at a huge jump. With the ball in the dirt, just decided to put it in his pocket. And now you got to figure a single is going to score a run, which would end the game and end the Cardinals season. Can Alex Reyes get us out of this mess? Here's the 2-1 delivery, and it's hit high, it's hit far, it's hit deep. It is over the wall, and Chris Taylor has ended the game and ended the Cardinals season. The Dodgers win it 3-1. Alex Reyes comes up short again. And what a game in Los Angeles. Unbelievable that Shildt would go to him in that particular situation. When you've got Jack Flaherty to go to, you've got a number of righties you could have went to. Dakota Hudson, who's pitched well. Unbelievable that he goes to Reyes, and how fitting that would end the season. The Dodgers walk it off with a 2-run shot by Chris Taylor, and ends a magical run by the St. Louis Cardinals. That's going to do it for us tonight. We will be back Friday afternoon, 4:37 first pitch, Braves versus Brewers. The Dodgers will go on and head to San Francisco to take on the Giants in the matchup that I'm sure all the television executives are happy they're going to get. But what a valiant effort by Adam Wainwright and the St. Louis Cardinals. They just come up a little short. Your final, Los Angeles 3, St. Louis 1. The Dodgers are headed to San Francisco.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No,
That
they weren't
includes
because
grandmas.
they were on lockdown. Exactly.
Okay, they were at a
He's probably
These
from
are
a Big Ten.
promless
teenagers.
If he's from
You
a
got
Big
my-
Ten
you got my
state,
point. They were at a
if he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
they were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called
man. Now-
porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I
got
don't
a
think
mess to
Nebraska's-
clean up, guys.
Yeah.
Virtual
There's my
prom.
walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac. I gotta
Yeah,
dry
there's
my
my
keyboard
walk-off.
out now.
Armchair.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right? Yeah, definitely holding, no touchdown. All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? Could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league. Make the call. Craig, no. If you make one bad call. This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call. I had the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Uno Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. It drops weekdays. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern.